Well. If it isn't just a bunch of people that want to watch StarCraft 2 games this afternoon, huh? Thought Wardy had Fridays off. Yeah, usually I do, but Olimoleague got moved to Friday today. That's not so bad because I can cast in the evening. Usually I don't put my own streams in the evening, so like I try not to run stuff in the day, and then obviously, you know, because me and Helen try and do things on the Fridays. But yeah, it kind of just works out today because Olimoleague replays I do in the evening. It's one of the few things I do in the evening, so may as well do it today. We did some stuff earlier today already, so yeah. Hello, my friends, my wonderful viewers. How are you all doing? How are we all feeling? Hopefully fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. It is the Olimoleague. It happened earlier today, and now we cast it. As simple as that. Give me a few moments just to double check where we're at. I've not actually figured out what our dealio is with casting yet, so I'm just gonna have to sort that out quickly. I don't know where we're starting or anything. Okay, let me do this. Alright, so just give me a moment here. I'm just making sure the replays are downloaded correctly and so on. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna start off. We just get given one replay pack nowadays, which I believe is what they covered on the main stream, which is pretty much what I want to cover anyway. Sometimes there's some fun extra matchups. So I'm just looking at the first round without the results being shown. And I'm seeing some fun matchups. The one that we have that I've been able to match up is Skillers versus Zaun. There's also some fun matchups. Some of the players we're going to see today: Creator, Rogue, Beyond Cure, Classic Trigger, Rex, Shin, Skillers, Zaun. There'll be some players in the second round that probably have a bye that I've not mentioned there, but I can't see them yet without revealing the results of their games. And obviously I'm trying not to spoil myself, so we will not reveal those results, is how that's going to work. And yeah, that's going to be what we start with. So we're going to start with Skillers vs. Zaun. We're just going to dive right into it, guys. We're going to get straight into the StarCraft 2 and get things going. Olimoleague happened today. Yeah, so the way it works is the first week of the month, they do Olimoleague on a Tuesday. The second week, they do it on Tuesday and Friday, I believe. And then the third week, they have nothing. And the fourth week, they have a monthly finals. Is roughly what they've been doing. But... yeah, that's roughly what they've been doing. I don't even know if there's a but to that. Is there a but to that? Not really. No, that's pretty much what they've been doing. I mean, that might not be exactly, but that seems to be their format they're going for. So it's usually on Tuesdays, but like one day. I don't know if that's just because the third week they've been busy both times, or if like that might change, but yes. I know this one was actually meant to be on a Saturday, but then there was Master Colosseum, so they moved it to today. I don't know. I don't make up the rules. I just cast the games. So yeah. Pretty nice if you think about it. I just show up and cast some games. Pretty easy life for me. Alright. Memes being put to the side. We are going to get going in a few moments, guys. I just was double checking that everything was pretty much ready to go. I think we're getting there. I think we are getting there. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, let's go into Skillers versus Zown. So this is round of 32 action. Skillers versus Zown is going to be what we're jumping into to start. It's always on Tuesdays unless it isn't. I mean, this is 2 months in a row where they've done Tuesday, Tuesday and another day, nothing, and then a Tuesday. So, yeah. Make of that what you will, okay? Make of that what you will. Let's get into some StarCraft 2, guys. Get a start in the PvP here, as we have in the bottom left. Our red Protoss player. This is Zown. He takes on the blue Protoss in the top right, who got to the finals of our WardiTV event yesterday, Skillers. So happy to have him here and hopefully playing some fun games. Excited to see how he does as we get into all of the action here today. I kind of think we're going to have some fun games. I mean, Olimoleague is almost always some good fun, so definitely expecting today to be absolutely no different. Some great games coming up, I'm sure. And we'll see what happens. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. My sounds down a little bit as well. I was just up from before. Perfect. I was casting some WardiTV Christmas Day games action as well. Ooh, ooh, how exciting! I know. So yeah, I've been a busy boy today. We've done some real life stuff, some family stuff. Been out with Alan. Ellie has been walked. I have been here casting some WardiTV Christmas Day games. So yeah, do I need overlays? God, you guys are great at this lately. You guys are great at this lately. Holy. I don't even have to do anything anymore. You guys remind me to put the logos on. Incredible. Yes, I do need those. Thank you so much for reminding me. Amazing. All right, let's get into some StarCraft 2, guys, and see what the hell today is going to be all about as we kick off into some action. And yeah, let's see what we get. I really do think we're going to have some good games. I really am feeling it. I really do think it's going to be some fun. And yeah, I mean, I don't even know the full playlist, but the last few times we cast Olimoleague, we pretty much always end up with some really fun matches, so I really don't think today is going to be any different. I think we're going to be in for, like I say, a very good time. Hopefully you guys are with me all the way through. Like I said, we're going to be casting as much as we can. Now that we only get one, basically the one replay pack, we pretty much just cast one match from each round in both semifinals and the finals, so keep that in mind as well. We have quite a few games to get through, so we're going to just try and squish our way through it as best we can as well. Not going to try and linger about too much, just going to try and keep moving into games. We will have to run some ads over the between game time, but it's okay. We'll make do, I'm sure. We get ourselves set up. Just going to be having the robo facility building up here and get ready to rumble. First few moments looking pretty reasonable as a couple of depths are going to shade about. Just going to be seeing the Zell coming the other way as well. This Robo Facility proxy from Skillers, he's going to get a bit aggressive. He played a pretty fun series against Hero yesterday, which involved a few different styles of play, a bit more, some bit more aggressive play, some bit more kind of laid back play. So kind of as the day goes on, expecting that to be mixed in and mixed around a decent amount, to be honest. So that should be kind of fun to see. And a couple of depths here are going to be walled out for the moment. The Immortal shows up, and so obviously we can start to pick away at this wall off, and that will be our initial goal. Pick through this wall and go from there. It's going to be seeing a couple of units of Zown trying to play a defense on this bottom side as the Immortal will be pinging away. So some shots coming about, damage being done. As we do have the Adepts continuing to fire. The Prism shows up as well, gives Skills a little bit more micro potential, but as we can see, he clearly kind of needs to get through this wall more than anything else right now. So that's definitely got to be his first goal right here. Get through this wall off and See if we can really go from there as he does knock down a little bit of it. Going to get a kill in the replacement structure. I don't think it's really smart to build a replacement structure right away. That doesn't really make any sense. You know, that just is kind of asking for trouble, honestly. As our Adepts and the Immortal continue to swing through, the gateway will go down. The Cyber Core still taking damage. And those Adepts will shade all the way by into the main base. Or at least threaten to. They're not actually going to commit, although they do kind of get locked into the natural with his opponent's units. And his own units are going to be locked on the other side of that. So that's an interesting momentary development as we commit in. Can we get that Immortal? Yes, we can. Obviously, this is where Skillers having his Robo Facility sooner is going to benefit. Having the Prism already here and able to micro does so much for him, keeping his own mortals alive. We try and get forward with the Stalkers, but it's not going to be enough, and Zaun is going to say GG's as we tap out the first game of the day. Skillers is going to be the first to draw blood and the first on a scoreboard. GG's. Well played by Skillers. Well, guys, the beauty of casting these from replays is we can just go directly into a game 2. And we will do exactly that. Let's just host this up straight away. No delay. Straight into game. Keep the games rolling. And let's see if Zaun can bounce back. We'll probably take it a bit more slowly between games later on. But early on, I want to rattle off some games, get deep into the event. Helen is going to wait for me to finish today to eat. So ideally, we don't take forever. Otherwise, it'll be my fault. So, yeah, we will do our best to zoom, zip, and zap through some of the early rounds. I still want to kind of watch a bunch of the early action. Just, yeah, don't want to hang around forever if possible. As we have Zaun in the bottom right and Skillers in the upper left. Game number 2 begins right now. Thank you so much to a couple of subs. My goodness, you starting off hot today, huh? Going out to Caillou Kankem, Sexy back as well. 21 and 31 month resubs. Welcome back, guys. Also had Ice 9 coming through the sub just as the stream got going as well, so thank you so much. Now we'll look to get all you guys on the tree as we get underway. Just gonna see our probe then continuing across the map for the moment. Away we go there. And yeah, a couple of gates coming up from both sides. We'll see if we get any proxy shenanigans this time around, or if maybe this one will be a little bit more chilled out. As we get set. Figure out again just where the players are going to be at, what they're going to be doing, how things are going to be looking for a few moments. Just comes over to that right side, going to be nibbling up on some minerals. Again, just trying to be a little bit annoying in the early stages. Any frustration you can put on your opponent is generally a good frustration, right? So, again, scouting out of this, may as well nibble about with the probe a little bit as well, wherever possible. No Twitch. Yes, we are live on Twitch right now as well. We are live on Twitch and on YouTube. We are live on all locations. Oh, all two locations, both locations, I guess I should say. We're live on both locations today, as we are pretty much every time that we stream now. I don't think there's ever going to be a point where we go back to not streaming on one of them, unless we have internet issues or something that we had a little while back one day, but outside of that, I don't imagine we're going to see any Twitch only or YouTube only students. Maybe if certain tournaments have rules about it, I suppose. Some tournaments are like that as well, I guess. Next is coming online on both sides of the map. Sentries on the way, so both players looking for the expansion here on King's Cove. Looking to let this one get into a bit more of a macro focus right off the get-go. No one going to proxy. Can still kind of expand and turn it into a little bit of aggression, right? You know, hit off of 2 bases instead of the 1 base can absolutely be one way to see success. So, hey, we'll see something like that. There's a possibility there for sure. Let's see that hallucination going to continue to fly up as well. It's going to fly straight across. A couple probes coming about also as we speak. We'll get that underway. As the sentries and the stalk are going to be there as well, just to push the other few units away. So again, just chilling, defending. Everything looking reasonable so far, based on what we're seeing for the moment. And that blink continues to come about. As just see the Nexus coming up. I'm actually going to see a double expand from Skillet. So Skillet says, oh, you want to expand and play a normal game? What if we both expand? You know, what if we both try and play a normal game? Which then he says, well, yeah, well, actually, yeah, what if I just double expand and then I have more economy and you're not going to do anything right away? That's a good question, Skillis. Kind of like it. A little bit different, a little bit risky. The upper game, maybe it just works. Big map as well, King's Cove, so definitely one where you could get away with this on. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. Why the hell not? Just gonna see a hallucination gonna pop up for a couple moments. Gonna start moving about. Just gonna see the force fields going down as well for a couple moments. Just gonna crash those into place. The depths continue about the other direction, so again, just going to move those over. I'm just going to see them coming across to that right-hand side. Couple Stalkers going to get there. Let's see if they can do much. Answer so far is not really, though. Kind of hallucination going to come moving about. Resonating Glaives is coming up, so we get all of that on the way in. The charge and the +1 attack upgrade continuing through as well. You bring that online here as we just have the probes going to transfer across, moving around a little bit for the moment. I'm going to get rid of a couple probes. The Skillet's going to lose some workers, but with that speed of the third base, I don't feel as though just losing a couple of workers is going to be all too bad for you, right? Like, I feel like you can get away with things when you're this greedy, and that's kind of the benefit of it, and, you know, one of the benefits of it. So, yeah, we will get a little bit of leeway given to us on that one. As you just see the Immortals, the Sentries, the Stalkers, and the Devs all continuing down to the bottom side of the map, so they're just going to continue over in that direction for the moment. Get that all underway. This will gather up, Zam will continue through. Have ourselves a couple Stalker shots going to fire through. Robo Facility, charge and the +1 attack coming about. The Adept will continue to come online as well. So, again, we get a lot of this brought through for the moment. Just going to knock back onto these rocks again. So, a little bit more damage being done. We continue to work our way through this. Let me see what we can end up with as we open up this space. Skull has actually had a lot of supply. His army is booming right now, so I mean, doesn't have the upgrade, which sounds about to have, so +1 attack might saves down a little bit here, in fact. Might be something to kind of hang on to and hold on to for a little bit as let's continue to try and move around. Move up over here. We are going to break in for a little bit, and I mean, we're going to get straight onto the natural, so Skill is going to just own a really powerful position. That's kind of meant to belong to Zound, right? I mean, break into this natural, straight in we go. Damage going to begin to be done pretty much immediately. A few more depths are going to get warped in. 2 more Stalkers are coming online as well. I mean, this is Zound coming in from 2 angles with the probes also, but he is just losing everything. The Glaives being done here for Skillis means that he is just packing a massive punch, and my goodness, he is very serious about it. He is doing some serious work, plain and simple right now. A lot being done is just going to be seen. Our depths just going to get continue to warp in. The Stalkers blink in. Actually kill off the prism, which is pretty nice. You know, you get rid of the prism, and that's always going to be a little bit problematic for your opponent, so can't complain too much there. As the depths have filled 42 probes by the way. I mean, that is a really ridiculous amount at this stage. Ridiculous amount going down. Damage really being dealt. Skill is just going to get a GG out of Zound because, well, like I say, the damage is already truly done right there. That's going to be our first match of the day. It's around 32 match that we get. Goes the way of Skillet pretty comfortably. Get some good timings and his aggression throughout this series works out. Thank you so much, Kaya Kangam, Ice9, and Sexy Back. Welcome to the WardiTV. I'm going to put you guys on the far side just because I need to put you guys somewhere where there's some branches. So I'll put you guys up, and then we'll hop into our next series, which we'll figure out what that is in a moment. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Really appreciate it. Let's get into our next matchup. Let me just scroll along. So the round of 16 matches are like this. Obviously, we're not going to cast anything else from the round of 32, so anything I mentioned here is obviously not a spoiler or anything. So the round of 16 matches are Mana vs. Creator, Young versus Percival, Trap versus Gumiho, Lunacy versus Rogue, Hero versus Cure. That's a fun one. Nicorrect versus Classic, Shin has a bye, and Azure versus Skillers. Don't know how Shin has a bye, but okay. I'd like to see Hero Cure, but I don't actually think we have Hero versus Cure. I believe what we have, if my investigations are correct, for the round of 16 is Trap Gumiho. So let's go into some Trap Gumiho action for. So the round of 16 games here today. We're going to go to El Dorado for the opening map. WardiTV is the real meaning of Christmas. No one's ever said WardiTV before, I don't think. That's a good one. That is a good one. Wardy still probably has to go to the back of the tree. I mean, I could just slam you all on the same branches at the front, but the thing is, I actually get to see the back of the tree when I come into the room and stuff, so it's quite nice to have stuff around the back as well. So yeah, will we cast everything? We will cast everything we've been given, which is pretty much a match, one match from each round, this being the round of 16 now, and then both the semifinals, I believe. Sometimes there might be 2 round of 8s in there, but I'm not 100% sure. All I know for sure is we'll have both semis and the finals, and there should be 1 match from each round. So this, a round of 8, and then a couple of round of 4s and a best of 5 final is likely what we're going to cast today. I think Olimoleague did originally, or were kind of collecting replays from all the players as they kind of played as well. Like the players would like email them in or something. So they were giving us that replay pack as well as the one that just came from their official observer. But we haven't had that for a couple of weeks now. I'm not going to complain. I'm very thankful for the fact we get to cast these games at all to in any sort of capacity, quite frankly. So yeah, kind of very okay with just getting whatever we can with these for the moment. As we get ourselves here onto Gumiho Trap, and let's see what the plan shall be for these guys. Get this up and running. Let's see if he's going to chase about. Probe going to get chased around a little bit too. Couple SCVs going to come in, nibbling at that probe. Damage being done. Oh, looking pretty reasonable here. As we take, say, just a couple of moments. Command Center will drop down onto the natural expansion, so it's going to bring that straight through as well. Command Center coming up, the factory coming online, and get this going. And that factory currently about halfway done, so just going to get that brought by for a little bit. As we do take ourselves a few moments to get set up. It's going to be seeing the Zard already here and applying some pressure onto this Marine Gumiho. Our back-to-back Home Story Cup champion. I love saying that one. I don't know. I'm just very happy for Gumiho. Seen success in a couple of events and actually getting some wins is really cool for him. I always like whoever wins Home Story Cup because, well, we've seen like Cyril and Reno win Home Story Cup a lot of times lately, and it's like, it's kind of nice to see someone different winning it, but also just the fact that someone like Gumiho winning it, because he's the kind of guy that's traveled to Krefeld so many times, to actually see him kind of, you know, that travel really paying off and getting worthwhile. Because Home Story Cup's not the most lucrative event out there, you know, so it's really nice to see that kind of paying off a little bit for the guys. Very happy for him. As we have the Marine the Hellion there, is going to do some damage, so a few shots going to come about for a little bit, get some damage dealt. The Marines and the Hellion together will get back onto the Adept right there. It's just going to be able to grab that as well. And Blink coming through, Robotics Facility coming up. And we get ourselves continuing to be brought online for the moment. See how Blink obviously going to give Trap some aggressive options, so we'll be able to get some work done from there, I'm sure. The Medevac is going to come through the bottom side, so that's why Gumiho is going to try and apply some of his pressure in these early stages and see how well that goes for him as he comes straight across through the bottom of the map, and we'll try and take position, try and get something done in the first few moments of that one. Keep that all rolling as the Medevac loads and boosts through. Marines will begin to unload. A couple probes will be in some trouble. Hellion's on the low ground, going to be able to deal some damage as well, so Hellion's looking to be very successful there as well, right off the bat. This is 15 probes as we get into the main base as well. Damn, damage really being done to start us off here. Damn. Alright, well, damage really being done across the board. As we do 15 probes worth of kills. I mean, that is absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Marines and the Hellions going to continue to go. They're not even cleaned up yet, although I think the Stalker should be able to get this. The Medevac gets chased away, just about staying alive. Yo, thank you so much for the super chat over on the YouTube. Coming in with the $5 or so, I believe it was. Thank you so much for super chatting. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate the support. Thank you for helping us to keep on running the StarCraft 2. Obviously, this is not a tournament that we run, but obviously you guys help us to justify being live every day and casting the games as well. So, shout out for the support. Thank you so much for the super chat. Stalkers keep coming over. Just going to be seeing the engineering bay and a couple of barracks coming online as well. Marines is going to get there. Stalkers get turned around the other direction. And the Prism still coming up and online as well. So Prism coming through, the couple of assimilators coming about. Get into as much of this as we can as the Marines going to be there to chase the Observer back the other direction as we speak. Marines unloading, Observer taking some damage. So again, a few shots coming about for just a little while. Packing +1 coming through. The Prism going to just fly into the main base here where see a couple of Marines going to pop through. They're going to go chasing after the Prism for a little bit. Marines going to unload. Siege Tank fires and that Stalker already been absolutely blasted for a couple of moments. Yeah, I mean, Gumiho's defense is looking good as Trap kind of needed to do something here. He took a lot of damage on the other side of the map. If he doesn't get anything done, this is really not looking pretty for him. This is really not looking too hot at all. Some Marines will just go and focus up on some rocks, playing the cleanup game, and things really do seemingly get better and better currently for Gumiho, because like I said, as time ticks by, he's just been sitting on a big eco advantage. We're going to get some upgrades up, and once those upgrades are here, I can't imagine anything other than Gumiho just pushing across the map and pressing his luck, trying to see what he can do, and I really do feel like that's going to be a success story, to be honest. But Trap, if you can prove me wrong, then go wild. I mean, a couple of order turrets here are going to chase down some probes already, so they are going to get hunted and chased back a little bit further as well. Stalker's playing through, again, just some damage being done. SCVs already dropping down, so again, we're getting some damage there. A couple of Wooden Mine shots coming about as well. The Medevacs continue over to the far right currently. Bosses is actually going to get chased here as Gumiho will just take the chance to really advance into position, so he's going to get straight on top of where he needs to be, which is basically this natural area. If he can get on top of that, there's a lot of benefits to be had. That's exactly what he is going to go for. So, yeah, Gumiho not really wasting any time at all. Coming straight through. The battery and the robo facility going to take a lot of shots. That's going to be seeing the bio stimming up, aiming for that robo as we speak. Clear that out, and this one is definitely taking a very Gumiho favored direction. Stalker's going to try and pick up some of the reinforced units coming back from the other way, but not really convinced that that's going to do much of anything. As our Stalkers will chase away, but I mean, as soon as Gumiho gets reinforcements going, we will be back to seeing exactly where we're at here. I mean, this is definitely not going to be anything too crazy, I don't think. Gumiho's microing like a Medivac and a Marauder right now. It's like, bro, you've got other things you can play with right here, you know? Like, you do not need that Medivac and the Marauder to survive and to kind of be super fancy, but he's obviously just feeling it. He's having a good time. It's always a good sign when the Terrans are doing more micro than what is necessary, you know? Always a good sign that they're, you know, when they're having a good time. Definitely makes it look like they're in such comfortable positions, you know? LCVs and Mules just going to get to the goal base. I mean, Trap can maybe harass this a little bit, but again, the point still stands is that Trap is going to really struggle to make anything happen in the long term as the bio will come through. But Demine is going to jump on top of the Stalkers. Trap is going to say GG, and this one is going to come to a close as Gumiho takes game number 1 of our best of 3. All right. We are going to head into our next game here in just a moment or two, which will be game 2 of Trap and Gumiho. Continue this action and keep on moving through fairly swiftly, guys. I'm just going to give about 30 seconds for some ads to get started, and then we'll be right on in. Again, thank you so much for that super chat. Merry Christmas to you as well. And thank you so much for watching the StarCraft with us today. Happy to be here. Oh man, X-Gen, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I guess I will try and get you both on the tree. Super chat, if you want to go on the tree, let me know what I should write, because I cannot. I'm not going to succeed in writing your name as it is right now. So if you want to go on the tree, just let me know. I should put on for you. As I'll get this written, and then we'll load the game up. As the game's loading up, I'll put the tree up. I'll get you on the tree, and then we'll go. Beautiful. Thank you so much for supporting, guys. Good to see you all. Happy to be here for some Olimoleague games, as I've said. I'm going to go into ley lines for map number 2 of Gumiho versus Trap. Gumiho leading 1-0. Just, I mean, Marine Hellion doing way too much, way too early for Trap to realistically recover from. That one did not need much thinking on, to be honest. Omen, thank you so much. You will not go around the back because I'm lazy right now. You can go on an empty branch I somehow found. Amazing. Always amazes me how deep into the month we get and we still find empty branches. Honestly, the amount of branches on a Christmas tree is really incredible. As in the top right, our blue Terran with the 1-0 lead is Gumiho. In the bottom left, our red first player is Trap. We'll kick off into game number 2. What we're going to see is Trap obviously needs to try and get a better start. Obviously don't take damage early, and we're going to be at least contemplating Trap as having a good opportunity in this, right? Is going to be where we're at, so yeah, let's see what we get. Probe is coming up. It's going to be moving through. Okay, we're coming about. Probe is going to start nibbling at the SCV here already, so some damage being dealt. To begin with, and Barracks, SCV, Reaper, all coming about as well, so we just get all of that on the go, get this set up. So far, so good. We're going to come back, nibbling at the SCV some more. SCV goes the other direction. Seeing the recall and the probes. That's going to get pulled away. Going to get brought out of there for the moment. The Reaper went hunting for it. Does not quite find it. Factory's still on the way up. The SCV still producing through. And we continue to get ourselves settled here in this game number 2 as Gumiho gets set for the next few moments. So we get all of that underway. We're trying to poke at the front. Adept is going to be there. Just going to play the denial for the moment. So Adept is going to quite nicely say nah-uh. Push this back the other direction for a moment or two. Needs to chase that Reaper down, hunting for a little bit there. And try to see a bit of what we can get going on. There's really not too much just yet, as the two Reapers and the Hellion together, though, will put some damage in. Twilight Council coming over. And Blink starts. And the Wall Gate's coming through as well. We've seen a couple of Stalkers chasing after the Hellions. The Hellions going to get chased down. That happened pretty swiftly as well, to be fair, so a little bit of a hunting on that one as the Hellions do get in. So they're going to start to try and deal some damage right here. 4 probes go down immediately, going to make it 6. Knock down one Hellion is going to take the lethality of this attack away, but definitely still an exciting moment or two as we see the Hellion coming back over. Probes still dropping. So damage really continuing to be done for a couple of moments on that one. Now getting cleaned up and we can reset a little bit. Gets turned the other direction, gonna get turned around once more. Again, the Banshee and the Siege Tank cloaking as well continue to come up. He's gonna get there. Couple Marines jumping into the bunker for a few moments. Just gonna get away and hidden on that one. Again, Banshee coming through, Siege Tank on the way out. Just gonna be seeing the couple Marines are coming up as we speak, so bring those Marines into play. As again, the Banshee going to come through. It's going to go for a couple of probe kills. Just going to go and try and get some grabs right away. So it's going to be taking a few more shots, a bit more damage being done. Just going to see the Observer continue to move about as well. Have ourselves the Stalker's going to go after the Banshee, so the Banshee will take a few shots of damage here as well. Just a little bit more being done. A few hits as we try and play cleanup and not let this go too far, not let this get too out of reach for the moment. We will knock down an Observer though, which is always going to be a nice catch, so good to get rid of that one already. And stimp back, +1. All that continuing through for the moment. Just going to be seeing a little bit of Marine Marauder coming about as well. Guess if he's going down as the Gumiho continues to settle down at home. Stimpak combat shield +1 attack. All of that good stuff is on the way through for the moment. Everyone will continue by. Again, extended thermal lance is on the way up as we go. Get There's some movement. We've seen the Raven coming overhead. Again, more harassment potential there. There is a bit of blinking action going on the other side. Those Stalkers threatening over here, but not really able to do much just yet. Raven comes back across as we do have, again, the Marine Marauder coming through. Stimpak Combat and +1. All coming online for the moment. Stalker's going to move about into position. Colossus +1 extended thermal lance coming by. I will get to the bottom. Again, extended thermal lance and +1 going to give us a lot more hope here for the trap. We are still recovering from a little bit of early game damage taken. Stalker's going to get hunted a little bit. Again, Marine Marauder Vandivac coming through. Combat shield, concussive shells, and +1 attack. Also all on the way for the moment. Fire's actually going to get through, and a couple of those sentries are going to start dropping. Stalkers and the Colossus and chase further back as well. Colossus, extended thermal lance, continue to come around for the moment. We get that all on the way in as we settle this up. Squeezing the Bilbo Bio will make its way over to the top side as well. It's just going to come through with that as we get it going and moving. And Bio will just go grab a Zealot, so a little bit more being done here and there. Damage being dealt for the moment. Colossus will come about, and actually going to go and swing some shots toward the opposition. So again, Colossus is actually going to make a pretty good defense for the moment. Definitely not a bad start. Going to be seeing a couple Stalkers, the Colossus, again all gathering through. Armory coming up, Marine Marauder still on the way out. All those extra Zealots are finishing. This High Templars are being brought into play as well. Just all of that continues to come through for the moment. And good as we continue by. A little bit of action there. Going to get cleaned up as well. The Auto Turret doing everything it can to be as frustrating as possible. Of course, coming through. A couple of Zealots are going to go in as well. I mean, the Bio does not necessarily, I think, really want to kind of take a huge fight here or anything. Just some little bits of damage. Reinforcements show up. Now we can maybe take a bigger fight. This is what I was worried about. The fact there was just not that much there immediately. But obviously, we get a little bit more of it ready to go now. So maybe this will not be so much of an issue. This will just turn out to be fairly okay. And turn back around and start chasing once more. So we're all over the place on the chase, getting damage done, working our way through this. Again, the Colossus being pushed back. Every time that Colossus takes a hit, gets a little bit weaker. At some point, it will actually just go down from that as well, from that damage. So gotta be kind of careful. Gotta babysit those Colossus. You kind of want that splash damage to stay alive. There's a reason you built that splash damage up in the first place. There's a reason we got this going initially. So yeah, you don't want to give that up too easily at all, obviously. +2 attack, charge, disruptive production continues to come in as well. Just getting all of that added on right here. Scan going to come about too. Then you get that set up. Seeing our Vikings and our ship weapons and our +2 attack upgrade. We are really prepping just to continue dealing with Colossus if you can deal with those well and effectively. Hopefully going to have a good time as we have a bit of Bio. Going to pull over to the left-hand side. See if we can do anything over in this direction. Prism's still moving around a little bit as well. Really is just looking for any opening that is available at the moment. So Prism doing its thing. Bio going to show up, and we make our way through this position. Bio actually going to jump in. The Disruptor going to go down as well. It's that Disruptor falls. Zardstalker Archon coming across. Clean up a little bit further. +3 attack, Prism speed. All of that continues into play right now as well. So we just get all of that on the way up. There's 2 extra SCVs coming through as well. Important moments, important part of this as we have the army of Gumiho just picking between his bases. Obviously 4 bases now here on Leyline, set up pretty nicely, fairly comfortably for the future, I'd say. Not really in too much trouble or anything. Not really gotta worry himself about too much just yet. That comes through. Stalker's going to take some hits, so we get pushed back the other direction again. So back over we go. So it's going to be seeing the scans coming down. Again, Vikings, Liberators, all that goodness being cleaned up for the moment. Bringing a bit of everything together as, again, that storm continues to come on by. The couple disruptors will look to strike in the moment or two, and they're just going to get past the sense tower. I mean, they don't really get too close towards anything, so nothing too serious really happening there. Nothing breaking out. I will just gather back up. These fights are always very dangerous for Gumiho because every single time he's fighting, there's the threat of a disruptor shot going very well and connecting. Right, those are things you want to be super careful of. You do not want to let those disruptors do too much, so gotta try and stay a little bit clear of those if you can. Bio will continue to trade. Those zealots will keep dropping down as well, so a little bit more being dealt still. Viking moves across. Just gonna be seeing the Stalkers again, gonna hit a little bit of damage already. So that's all charging up. A couple Liberators are gonna get moving into position as well, so just going to bring those straight over. Disruptor shot's going to land by. The fire unit's going to take some big hits there. Damage being done. And nuke is going to land. It actually is going to land as well. It's going to get to the high ground and connect. So that is going to succeed. That base will get nuked and probes drop because of it. So damage being done. Gumiho seeing success at the moment. We've seen a couple more disruptor shots coming about. Gumiho is leveraging a supply lead in this game. So starting to get into a little bit of a better spot for now. Just going to see those couple Archons still stepping up. The Free Marauder and +3/+2 all coming about as well. Liberators are going to shoot. The Prism is going to take a few more hits. Prism should go down in the next few moments, and that should be a cleanup there. Very comfortably as the Archons, Stalkers, Disruptors moving through also. And we having ourselves the couple more shots. Gumiho continues to press forward. Good storms. Going to soak up a little bit of the HP on that front line of Gumiho. It looks like he'll get through for that base, but at the same time, we're going to see the counter on the other side. And so we are going to be able to break through here for a little bit of damage as well. So we are going to be able to clean that up, which is nice. Bio continues through, gates and all the rest. Continue to take damage here. Ghosts, Marines, Marauders. +2 armor, +1 shields. All being brought up as we speak. Alright, Liberators are putting in some serious work, killing High Templars and all sorts there, so they are going to do extremely well for themselves. That's definitely going to be a success story as... Yeah, we're still going to clean up a little bit more with the bio. Supply-wise, it's evening out a little bit. Gumiho does have the edge currently. I mean, a good Disruptor, maybe a good Storm if we've got any available. We don't have any Disruptors. We do have potentially Storms. Any of those right now could still go a long way and help out as The Stalker's coming through. A couple of Widow Mines will take damage. The Planetary Fortress is going to get jumped on as well. Fire comes over. Stalkers will come about. Have you seen the High Templars go in the other direction? Have you seen the Army's still trying to break through here from Trap, trying to break up this ramp. I'm really not convinced he's going to be able to kind of break that position, but he's going to give it absolutely everything that he's got. So Trap is going to at least try and make us believe, if nothing else. Again, Liberator sieging up on top of this. That's going to get cleaned up and pushed away the other direction too. So we continue to clean up on that one. Continue to get that picked away at for a moment, as we do see our Stalkers and our Colossus continue to come about. Prison coming through, Colossus on the way in, Nexus continuing to build as well. Good Storms on the ramp, going to hit a lot of those bio units once more, so even more damage being done here. Really good Storms, but again, we just have so much bio that's able to break through, and we get rid of another Colossus. Every time a unit like that is dying at the moment, it just feels as though it's more hope down the drain for Trap, as I just don't think this is sustainable for him in the slightest right now. This really doesn't feel as though it's going to be anywhere near good enough for him. Really, really doesn't. Fire comes around the left. Observer Zealot Stalker pushing forward. The pylon going to be coming through too. First continue siege up, so they're going to settle. It's going to be seeing the bio still pushing up this ramp. Probes will continue to take some damage. And that bio continues to stretch across just for now. Straight in toward the natural. The Colossus is going to have to step back a little bit further. Liberators are going to get sieged. So siege number right there, and again just being a zone back for the rest of those units, making sure nothing too serious comes of this. I mean, at this point, Trap going to have to pull off a bit of a miracle to really win one of these fights, I feel like. But StarCraft 2 can have those twists and those turns, but 70 supply usually is just 70 supply. I don't know. I'm trying to make it a little exciting, guys, because Trap is not tapping out just yet. He's trying to fight this army. He's trying to make something of it. I'm trying to respect his will to play on, but I really do not see this ever turning into, like I say, a success story beyond the, hey, we killed a couple more units kind of storyline that we maybe get here. I think this one really is pretty much just going to be it, guys. I don't think there's anything more to really say there. Liberator's going to get there. Prism gets pushed back a little further. They're still going after some more of those pylons. A lot of a massive medevacs. I mean, the army's right there, so it's a little scary that everything's in the medevacs, but then we just unload. We should be able to fight this, and maybe that was even somewhat Gumiho's intention, perhaps. Just unload on top of this, get that going. Storms continue to come out, coming down, getting settled across the board currently. First Colossus going to go after the Marauder. A couple more shots still coming about. Damage still being done. Just going to be seeing the units continue to play cleanup as best as they can for now. Don't really have much else to say because Trap is kind of cleaning up this force, but he's getting base trade and he still really does lack numbers to put finishing touches on this, especially as Gumiho has Liberators. Now, the Liberators don't necessarily win you a base trade, I guess, but it's going to make it nigh on impossible for Trap to ever really take another fight here. Unless he can catch those Liberators on siege. At the same time, Gumiho also just has a planetary fortress that you can fall back to, and that's also an amazing kind of pull in this game that you can just fall back to, something to really rely on. Because this army is in no shape to be fighting a planetary fortress at the end of the day from Trap, so that's also going to be one of his issues, unable to really fight that at all. is going to make that very tough. Couple storms coming down, damage still being done. Stalkers, Archons still flanking forward, just going to be knocking down a couple more of these structures. The damage continues. Let's see how Stalkers continue to take some hits. Liberator is going to get sieged up as well, so they are going to take a position. I mean, again, I'm trying to find some excitement for you guys here, but to me, this base raid has just been done for a long time. We're really just watching a very drawn-out death. I mean, like you see, you can chase all these structures down. Gumiho still has a set up planetary fortress. I just don't think you ever attack into as the Protoss. We're going to recall back over here. Fight the Liberators. Okay. Well, we clean the Liberators out. But you're down to 18 army supply versus the checks notes. 56 of Gumiho. And the numbers really just aren't there for you. As much as I want them to be. As much as I want to believe. Marines fight back on a Stalker. Just going to see the Archons and the other Stalkers coming back the other direction. So they're going to turn back around as well. Damage being done. Vikings still taking some damage. A few extra shots coming about. And the end trap is going to meet his match. And GG gets called. That one is going to get rounded out, guys. That will be our game. As Gumiho says GG. Sorry, gets GG out of trap. Is indeed GG's. Alright, let me do a quick investigation for the next round. So we're getting serious now as we're moving towards the round of 8. The round of 8 matches are as follows. Creator versus Young Yakov. That's actually kind of fun. Gumiho versus Rogue. Hero versus Classic. And Shin plays against Skiller. So those are the round of 8 matches. I do not know which one we're going to cast. I'm going to go double check that, and when we come back, we'll have that for you. So we'll go into whatever is next. I have to go feed Ellie very quickly, guys, so I'll be 3 or 4 minutes here. We'll come back and dive into more StarCraft 2. I'll see you straight after this for the next game. Just be right back. Welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? Where's Zach? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 79-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. As we get ready. More StarCraft. That's going to be Rogue versus Gumiho for us in the round of 8. So I'm going to get that started. Where's Zach Bird? I will get you on the tree after this first game, okay? Just need to get things started. Alright, let's do it. Let's jump into Gumiho versus Rogue. Best of 3 TVZ. Thanks so much, Wozak Bud. Like I said, appreciate it, man. Supporting all this time. Top right hand corner of the map. Let's do it. We're going game to the top right corner. Our blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom left corner of the map, we have Gumiho. Alright, so we kickstart this best of 3 off. Excited to see these two actually have in store for us, because I do think Gumiho's been playing a little bit funkier lately. Rogue has been always kind of fun to watch since his return. Can be in the same moment almost kind of amazing and then struggle a whole bunch. So yeah, it becomes an entertaining watch because you're never quite sure what's going to happen. And the kind of same can be said about Gumiho, right? In a world where, you know, he plays his mech sometimes, the battle mech is kind of back too, so that's a possibility. It's an exciting time to be watching Gumiho for a lot of the same reasons, so yeah. Call me excited. I kinda am. Let's see if he's going to come down. We are going to see just a single barracks. I'm just playing actually a lot of double racks Reaper play. So not going to be going for any of that here right now. Let's thank you Vanilla67 for the 1-year resub. Hail to the Caster King, baby. Thanks so much for the 1 year of resubscribing. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And we'll get you on the tree after this map of StarCraft 2 as well. Here on Leylines. Already a fun one as well. I consistently praise this map. I feel like we consistently see fun games on it, so yeah, Leylines is in my good books. Let's just give me 1 second, guys. Just gonna quickly take my jumper off. It's been kind of warm in here, so give me a second. I'll be back with you. Is Rogue on average stronger than Dark? I don't think so. I think Dark's been pretty consistent even when he's been kind of slowing down a little bit, whereas Rogue has a lot more inconsistency in his play. I think I would favor Rogue, Dark over Rogue if they played against any specific people. So yeah, I don't think so. Zowling comes moving about. Trying to see a little bit of what's going on, see if we can maybe make something happen for a little bit here. As we settle down, the orbital command and command center all coming through as well. Bring that online. Get that going. See our link speed coming through, so we get settled for a couple of moments. Oh, we're actually going to get chased down by these couple of Marines. They are going to get hunted for a little bit. Let's just have the Ling's going to move about, the Reaper and the Hellion going to be there. And yeah, so far we just chased that around a little bit, so little bit of chasing around, pushing some units here, there, and everywhere. And we do have ourselves the game continuing to settle down for a few moments. Just going to be seeing the Hellions getting rid of a couple of crew teamers as well. So just going to grab those as we go. Also a nice little one to get rid of, or to just grab a little bit of right away here. I mean, yeah, Reaper Hellion going to take some map control. And look at Gumiho go with the Fusion Core. He's going to bring us into some Battlecruiser play. So Battlecruiser opening from Gumiho. It's been seen, right? And something you can maybe bring back even in this meta too. It's been a while since BCs have been like a threat in TVZ. So a lot of the Zergs have somewhat, I don't want to say they've forgotten how to deal with it, but it's not on like the forefront of their minds, which makes the build a little bit more dangerous again for sure. So I definitely think that's a an interesting kind of thing to keep in mind. Absolutely. It's gonna be seeing how Hellions moving about. Just gonna be seeing the Queen's gonna be there as well. See the factory lifting off, and it's going to move away. And the next barracks will come down also. Just for the moment, continue to get this in position. You get this on the go as our stim packs build. So we're going to build stim in 2 more barracks as well, but we're also heading into that battlecruiser. So battlecruiser into bio is going to be our choice. Hellions are going to threaten the run by here. Enough Lings plug the hole in the wall for the moment to hold this off, but we're not done yet. Definitely still danger on the cards, as those units can 100% create an opening. The Hellions do get in, and right now these Hellions are going to start barbecuing up some drones. So drones for dinner today. You've seen the BC will teleport in as well. It's going to teleport to the 3rd base. So just trying to take advantage of the Queen's being up in the main, chasing down the Hellions for a little bit. This first Queen goes down already, and Rogue definitely going to be scrambling together for a defense right now, to say the least. Definitely going to be scrambling together a bit of a defense at the moment as the BC continues through. Doing pretty well for itself still. Yeah, this BC has been effective, but doesn't get a ton of drones, which maybe is one of the goals. So if you don't get enough drones, are you still going to be okay here? Is there still something you can play forward from? I think so, yes, but yeah, let's see. I mean, obviously, again, we're fully into bioplay. We're actually adding on the 2nd factory already as well, so Gumiho going to go heavy on that factory production. As like I say, Factory 2 coming online right away here. No waiting around on that. The upgrade's still coming over from Rogue, so he will get those set up too. One upgrades, combat shield, like I say, full play into the bio now from Gumiho. No hanging back on that bio commitment. He is going to be full sending it, so yeah, full send on the bio. As the armory comes online, readying for him to build T2 as well. No Hellions left to morph in a Hellbats or anything along those lines. It really is just an upgrade-based armory, and gives us the chance to get set for the next few moments. Marines and a couple of Widow Mines will begin to move up, so they're going to step forward here right off the bat. Seeing the things will move over. Marine's going to stem. Going to go after that orbital. She's going to jump onto the Queen's here for a few moments as well, so a little bit more damage to be done right away on that one. See another Widow Mine shot going off. A few Lings dodging away to the sides, just trying to stay out of trouble as best as possible. See the BC back in the main. It's going to take damage off Queens, but it's just hitting the hatchery. Not exactly doing much right there. Is the Ling Bane going to run up after those Marines now? Marines going to have to lift back into the medevacs to try and escape away. And they will do just that for the moment, so escaping out for now. Well, BC is going to finish this hatchery off, so Rogue It's kind of been a weird game because I feel like Rogue's been scrambling against the BCs, but I feel like he's also been pretty confident against them at the same time. Like, it feels like he hasn't taken loads of damage, but he's also been not super comfortable. Losing a hatch is obviously pretty rough. So we see now Marines continue to stand and fight. The Queens will be taking quite a beating right there, so quite a lot of damage going down from them, just for the moment. There's another one of my shot going off, so a little bit more damage being dealt out of that. A little bit more happening here for a few moments. Once we take a second, going to be seeing the BC still firing away and doing as much as it can, so just being an absolute nuisance here so far. Medevac's going to load back up. Those Lings are going to absolutely swarm this mineral line, so that's going to be some serious damage done as well. Mines going off here, there, and everywhere. The Lings continue to go through. SCVs are taking so many hits. Widowmine's actually doing a lot defensively here for Gumiho as Rogue. Losing bases all across the board. This right side base going down as well. I do not think you stay in this game if you keep losing out on that. Coming over, plus the armor upgrade is about to finish up as well, so we just get that completed. Queen's gonna be there, the Marines will get cleaned up again, so again some damage being dealt. As we just have Gumiho, the remnants of the drop, and it was the remnants because it has been there for so long doing so much. It's not like he was unsuccessful and, you know, like I say, it was a quick cleanup on the side of Rogue, and Rogue's supply definitely hurting now. I think the scrambling in this game has really hurt Rogue. The fact it took him so long to clean up the BCs initially. He's then never really been comfortably set up in a lot of the, you know, versus bio fights either. And when he hits some good run-bys, it feels like it's just not enough compared to the fact he's just losing base after base on the, you know, on his own side of the map. So really across the board, not looking pretty just yet. I was just going to be seeing our bio force coming over as well. Still here, just trading. Widowmine's putting some work in. I was going to say, Gumiho, don't get too lazy, because there is a world where you kind of, you know, just kind of sit there and need a bunch of connections, and then it actually goes a little bit wrong for you. I don't think that was going to happen necessarily, but like I say, that's why I'm shouting, don't be lazy, just in case it did begin to happen. Good to be on top of that and good to be shutting it down before it takes place. Still coming over. Medevac's going to be there because Widowmine's setting up as well. And Bane's still moving about. Bioforce going to be there. A couple of Queens getting shot at as we are going to be having the rest of this army continue to step up. There we go with those Banes coming over. The Ling's coming through as well. Ling Bane going to try and push this army back. Rogue going to just about scramble together a little bit of an advantage in terms of the numbers on that one. So just trying to get there. Not really doing too great of a job of it, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, he is going to take a supply lead. Gumiho's down to only 28 SCVs. I mean, there's a world where Rogue is still okay in this because his damage to the economy of his opponent has been absolutely huge throughout. That does add up. That does go a long way, right? So, the Widowmine shots here, though, going to go the way of Gumiho to start out with. I mean, now more than ever before, Gumiho has to just go, and just keep using his army momentum. He cannot afford to slow down. If he slows down in this game, he's inviting Rogue right back into it. But he's also on a timer because you can't survive on this work account forever, so you kind of got to do something. And whether that's, you know, doing some damage while you build back up or whatever it may be, I don't really care what it is, but it has to be something. Otherwise, this game is going to go in Rogue's favor after Gumiho honestly felt as though he did so much right early on. Like I said, I felt as though Rogue was struggling. But Rogue has been able to do well in his own counterattacks. He's been able to keep the game messy, which, to be fair, I think is one of Rogue's strengths, right? Keeping the game messier than it should be, kind of making your opponent make mistakes and, you know, forcing run-bys. I mean, Rogue is such a smart player. He knows so well when he has to resort to different things and really, you know, look to those things as a way to see success. And he's very good at that kind of stuff, so yeah. Honestly, Rogue is such a fascinating player to watch for that exact reason. So good at understanding, like I say, the phase of the game, what you can get away with in the game, what you cannot. Right now, he is getting away with this game just in general, though, so this one may not actually be even... I mean, are we getting to the point where this is not that exciting anymore? Where this is genuinely just so heavily favored towards... Oh, well, this is... I think this may just be so heavily favored towards Rogue that... yeah, I don't want to say that just yet, because then I look at the supplies again, and Gumiho catches up a bit. Still only on the 30 SCVs. Mules will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting here to try and help Gumiho along. Lane Bang Queen still setting up, moving around as we speak. The bio unloading from the medevacs. We get across over toward the edge here as well. You can see now Ling's still wrapping around. Bane's going to jump onto those Widow Mines. Those Widow Mines will fall immediately, so that's going to be some easy pickoffs. Easy cleanups right there as the Flame Bane continues over. Bio continues to run away, trying to get the hell out of there. Trying not to be too involved in this at all. Cyphers, Lings, and Banes all still produce on through for the moment, so we bring all of that up. Got all of that going. Gonna get forwards, and a couple of queens gonna start getting hit, so some damage being done. Lane's still rolling through. Gumiho will once again supply drop back down into the 70s. We know this is a scrappy game, so we know this is gonna be back and forth. You know the supply is gonna be dropping down at points. Definitely, like I say, continue to be extremely scrappy throughout thus far. Here in our first game of this quarterfinal matchup here in the Olimoleague games from today. Damn. And Bane continues over. We just have ourselves the medevac lifting back up, Bioforce coming back through. So Wardy isn't casting live? Nope, I am live. The games were played about 4 hours ago, that's all. We're not allowed to cast Olimoleague live, so we have to take the replays and cast them a bit later on, that's all. As Gumiho is going to just run out of stuff here, and it is going to be GG called. Rogue is going to get the first game, so he gets it after an absolute scramble and an absolute effort. I mean, this was not easily done in the slightest. No one going to doubt that, as Rogue really worked on that one. How many bases does Zerg need to stop making only Ling Bane? Well, you only make Ling Bane because certain times you can kind of get away with only making Ling Bane, and it's not really about a base count, it's about the style that you're playing. But if you're playing a super aggressive Ling Bane style, you're going to make Ling Bane for a very long time. Until you feel the need to transition, or until you can afford the transition as well. But I mean, it really depends on the game you can play. You can, you know, make non-Ling Bane from a very early stage if you want to. Beauty of StarCraft, it's never simple. Thank you so much, Vanilla67 and Wurzak, for the subs, guys. Let me go get you guys on the tree, and we'll kick off into our next map, which is going to be Ultra Love. Taking the lead in the series in the top right is going to be our blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. Start us off. Taking on in the bottom left our red Terran player, Gumiho. And number 2 of our best of 3. Let's kick this off. We get this going. See where we're going to go. Follow an overload across the map early because there's not too much exciting going on just yet. Take a few moments, settle down, see what's going to happen. So take a few moments. It's going to be just a single Rax again from Gumiho. Watched him the other day and he was playing so much 2 Rax Reaper that I'm kind of surprised that he's just playing single Rax right now. Just because he was so consistent about playing the double Rax the other day that I was sure this was just something he'd absolutely fallen in love with, and yeah, he was so consistent with it. But it might come down to also just who he's playing against. Sometimes certain styles work better against certain players, and Gumiho might just feel that the double Rax Reaper doesn't really give you a good enough start against someone like Rogue, right? So that's a possibility. Yo, G-Town, thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub. Appreciate it. You're doing well. Thank you so much for supporting, and we will get you on the tree after this game. Thank you very much. Gonna be seeing a couple of Lings chase that Reaper around. So first, it's going to take a little bit of a chase right now. Out a little bit here, settle in. Yeah, overload speed coming up as well, so maybe some potential aggression from Rogue. That is a possibility there. So that is something that we could see coming about. So eyes on that. Like I say, it's a possibility of something that may happen. It's not a guarantee. Yeah, just something for us to keep our eyes on for some of the earlier stages. Stop ball coming up, reactor coming through. And our Lings continue to go back toward the upper right hand side, just retreating away for a few moments as we settle back down here. And the Hellion still moving around. Queen's gonna come across, they're gonna try and do their thing. As we have ourselves the setup just being made. Take a couple moments. Here we go. Stimpag obviously comes online, the medevac is on the way as well, so we do start to get ourselves into position here as Gumiho with the upgrades and so on to get set up. Alien's gonna drop in with the medevac, so Gumiho's trying to find a little bit of a creative way to deal some damage. We don't usually see the Hellion drop in like this, but Rogue's on top of it immediately. Queen's in position, that ain't gonna go anywhere at all. Good to see he's so on top of it actually. That is a very impressively clean defense, like really nothing came of that in the slightest. Couldn't have made that much cleaner if you tried, to be honest. Medevac have to lift up once again, just gonna pull away over to the sides. Just gonna pull back for a moment or two. Is just going to linger with the medevac. The medevac, I guess, always gives them that threat or that possibility of, hey, look, we could jump in. We could go somewhere funky. We could make a play. And by having that threat, at the very least, you're going to keep, keep Rogue guessing a little bit as to where or what or how you might be attacking if you do attack. In this case, the Ling's just going to jump on that straight away, so, losing the Hellions does not exactly allow you to keep that feint up, though, so don't love that part of this quite as much. The Marines come through, and they're going to go chasing down an Overlord, so looking for some further damage themselves. Queens will be there. Lanes go the other direction. Medivacs and Marines pull back across, still seeing the +1 attack and combat shield coming through as well, so we keep that on the go. Bring that online just a little further. And Roach speed and the Carapace upgrade coming about as well, so we got that all coming up here for now. +1 armor, Carapace, sorry, combat shield, and upgrades that are going to help Gumiho out in the long run. So nothing that we're surprised to see, just really the kind of normal setup stuff coming into play, and let that develop as the Marines move out. Let's start hitting that hatchery. Taking quite a lot of damage. A few drones going down as well, so a few shots continue to come in. Right there, the Roach Ravager is going to dive forward, going to go after those SCVs, so we're going to go chase those down too. Because SCVs obviously just getting chased so far away as the Roach Ravager is going to force in the end. The Medivacs to come and pick them up, so Rogue chases for a long distance. Gets to clean up in the end, it seems. Seeing those Medivacs still there. The Roach Ravager will not let the third base land, so as long as that third base doesn't get down, we'll continue to be in some trouble. We'll just have the concussive shells and the +1 armor upgrade continue to come through to bring that straight up. Found some rocks. I mean, Gumiho would really like to get his third base back online. Without that third base, he really probably does remain in a bit of trouble here, so needs to be very careful for himself. Otherwise, this does get out of hand a little bit. So yeah, got to be a little cautious. Ravager going to reposition for a few moments. Dropping into the main base. Queen and Lings is going to get jumped on for a little bit as well. So a bit of damage there. Medivacs coming over. Marines coming back through just for the moment as we continue to settle back into this. So far, so good. Overseer's going to fly away. Sorry, a couple of Vikings going to fly away into the Overseer. The Roach Ravager force still definitely looking for a chance to move forward at the moment, so trying to find a little bit of something somewhere. It was not really happening too much just yet. He's going to be there. It's going to come back over. The Roaches are going to continue about as well. Damage still being done. A couple of Vikings, the bio units all going to come moving across right now. We've seen the rocks getting knocked down. I don't think that's going to have actually any impact on this at all, but prove me wrong. Show me that that's not the case if you would like to. Don't think that's going to happen, but yeah, I will not be too upset if it does. Has no real impact on my life. Well, again, we have actually the Roach Ravager going to start attacking in. Now, Gumiho has been able to build up supply throughout this, so he's been getting a lot better off in terms of dealing with these setups. I'm just going to be seeing a bit of bio coming over now. Just going to try and get into position to deal with this a little further. Ravager going to get chased, so it's just going to push that away. So we've seen a couple of roaches show up as well, so they're also going to come through. Continue to try and make some plays. problem for Rogue is obviously this Roach Ravager army does scale down over time, and as he kind of gets dropped and so on, it will also struggle just to deal with harassment in different places. Economy-wise, Rogue's only about 7 workers ahead, so he's not even in an amazing kind of eco spot or anything from all of this. And Gumiho is about he is on his way to 3-3 upgrades, so this position actually starts to get very scary for Rogue, where his army's not just on a timer, its timer might have already expired, you know? Like, we are at a point where I would not be shocked if Gumiho came through and just absolutely smashed this. I mean, we're going to see a fight right now as Rogue tries to force the issue a little bit, but yeah, like I say, would not be surprised if it was a bit too much from Gumiho, and it absolutely is. You can see just how little Rogue's army is able to achieve here in the end. GG's, we tie up 1-1 between Gumiho and Rogue. We are going to go to game number 3 as these matches actually heating up a little bit here in the Olimoleague. Some back and forths, Gumiho getting into some fun positions as we are going to go into King's Cove for the final map between Rogue and Gumiho. Some part of me kind of wants to see Gumiho just play like, some like battle mech or something. We just end up in like a 1-hour game, because that's what King's Cove was. It used to be about, the campiness. Not that battle mech is like a super campy kind of style, but like it does potentially lead into the potential of like a game just drawing out a lot, and that's, like I said, I think a lot of what King's Cove can have happen on it. So let's go into King's Cove and let's see what we get as we jump into our 3rd map of this series here in the quarterfinals. After this, we're going to be going into Semifinal 1, Semifinal 2, back to back, and then we'll be heading into the grand finals, unless there's a surprise 2nd round of 8 matchup. Like I said, I've not obviously checked the full replay pack out because I'm avoiding spoilers. So yeah, we know what the round of 8s are. I think this was the best round of 8 available though, so I'm not upset if we don't end up seeing anything further, to be fair. Rogue in the top left-hand side, unable to make it happen with the Roach Ravager aggression in Game 2, taking on the Gumiho, or as some would say, the Gumi God. Here, Game 3. Oh, we've seen battle cruisers. We've seen Roach Ravager pushes. These two definitely haven't held back in terms of the fun and variety of builds thus far, so kind of hoping we continue to see that kind of element in play with this Game 3 now building up. King's Cove is a good macro map, and the reason for that is it's just so easy to hold on to additional bases. You expand forwards, 3 bases all on the high ground, very difficult to attack into. The 4th base goes down just in front of that, so actually, basically, by taking the 4th, you consolidate 2 ramps and defend them both at once by holding the 4th. And a fairly just, again, defendable layout on the low ground as well. It's not a bad position to just hang on to. And I think that is where we're most likely to see some kind of issues arriving if, obviously, Rogue wants to be aggressive. Sometimes you're like, oh, 4 base time, yes, sure, let's go, but I actually think it's going to be very tough to stop the Terran taking a 4th, and that can oftentimes just mean it's very tough to stop the Terran taking a 5th. Because then the 5th base on this map isn't too bad either. You can take it in a very comfortable spot. So, yeah, I do immediately worry a little bit for our Zerg in terms of, if Rogue wants to end this earlier. I think that's going to be extremely difficult to do. He might not want to end it earlier, though, right? He might be happy to play a longer game as well. I'm trying to suggest that Rogue has to play quick and aggressive. Just feel like that was obviously the intention last game, and yeah, maybe that was just the map in this series where playing some aggressive Roach Ravager works. Obviously, if your next map is King's Cove, it's less likely to work here, so maybe that wasn't just about how he felt or what he felt he had to do to win games, and more just about, doing the best possible build for the map in this situation, or playing out the series as well. Using that build on the best map it was going to have in this best of 5. Considering King's Cove was next. Any questions we can ask ourselves? At the end of the day, we'll just see what Rogue does with this one. Do you think, obviously, big map, Spire and Mutalisks are not off the table as a possibility? Yeah, I think there is, as you obviously expand further out, this map gets a little smaller, so maybe Mutas, if it's Mutas, it kind of has to be earlier Mutas, because, like I say, the longer it goes, this map kind of narrows down on itself, and so you just don't really want that to be the case if you're playing with the Mutalisks, you want them to have space to roam, time to get back and play defense after having time to already have dealt damage before they had to retreat. So yeah, you kind of want the map to be as big as possible at that phase. So maybe Mutas into something else. And the Reaper just going to gather up on the low ground for a few moments, so we can set up over there just for a moment or two. Our starport will land on the tech lab. So we get that up immediately as well. Just having ourselves the Cloak and the Viking, also in production for the moment. Get all of that coming through. Get this underway. The Viking and the Cloak both continue to produce at the moment, so bringing that online. The Viking is going to go after our Overlord, so chase that down a little bit. Push that away. Overlord will go down, so Overlord falls. Again, the lair, the drones, the OV will continue to produce on through for the moment. So we got that set up. Alien's going to come and play a little bit of cleanup as well. So far, so good at this point in time. Viking steps up, just going to move the other way. Can control the map a little bit here for a few moments, get that all settled down. We're just be coming up, +1 vehicle weapons, +1 vehicle plane, but everything continues to come through. Take a moment or so. Banshee moving around. He's going to try and get harassing with the mech play on the way. I'm kind of just buckling up for a long game. Not even battle mech, man. Ooh, Gumiho, you could have given us some battle mech, buddy. Battle mech I like, the regular mech, but now I actually am a little bit terrified of the fact that this map might just go on forever, to be honest, so maybe that'll be an interesting one. Let's see, Overseer getting chased around. Just going to be seeing the Viking going in after that, so able to deal some damage there. Overseer does drop. That gets picked off. Just going to be seeing a couple Thors coming about as we speak. I was going to load those up. Gumiho was the OG double Thor drop man. Back in the day, he was the guy that kind of came up with this whole double Thor dropping style. He was a big fan of it. I mean, it was very good. The whole concept is basically, you basically look at the idea of what makes mech bad. Well, usually mech was really bad in TVZ because you didn't do anything for so long, right? You would have an extended period of time in the game where you just didn't do anything. And the Zerg was able to do what they wanted. And so by the time you got going with the mech army, it was already too late. The Zerg had done what they wanted to do. You had no control over it. You couldn't stop it. GG, right? And so by going into the double Thor drop, you actually put some pressure on the map. And by putting some pressure on the map ASAP, the sooner the better, you actually put yourself in a position where actually you're going to be able to put some damage out. You're going to be able to force units. The Zerg can't just sit back and hold down the drone key. So that was kind of your OG kind of thinking of the double Thor drop. People learned to figure it out. People learned. I mean, the thing with Zerg is their methodology is, how many drones can I make against this before I die? And so they figured out how to be just greedy enough so that the double Thor drop wouldn't kill them, but that they'd also still be in a great position. But for a little while, it really revitalized mech a bit, right? Like, it really made mech something you could actually play again after not really being able to play mech for a while. So, yeah. Double four drop holds a little special place in my heart in terms of StarCraft 2 history. Simply for that, so yeah, just a cool build that once had a real big role in the meta, a real big kind of shake-up in the matchups. It's probably kind of forgotten about and probably just doesn't kind of really matter anymore as well, to be fair. As we just set up, you can see this fourth base out the front is going to be super defendable, so Gumiho sets up in that position immediately. That's what I'm saying about King's Cove, man. Like, this is a map which just does not necessarily need to encourage any level of kind of gameplay or interaction between the players for a long time. Like, you can just sit back, neither player really wants to attack. Rogue is going to get up to alert again. We've lost a handful of units. Gumiho has lost absolutely nothing so far. We're 9 minutes into the game. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a push forward as the Hydras and the Vipers come through to try and break the fourth. So finally, after a little bit of setting up, we are going to get ourselves a bit more of a fight breaking through. With the Boundary Fortress here, I mean, again, there's a reason why this is going to be a defensive style from Gumiho. It's going to be so hard to break that position. You can't multitask this with multi-prong or anything, maybe. Maybe the one way I could see multi-prong working is maybe some like drop-a-lord play to kind of drop by, but you're not going to run half your army somewhere to try and drag it away from the rest of these units, right? Like, that just ain't happening, so yeah. As we continue in, we are going to have ourselves a Roach Hydra force that backs away and what goes to rebuild a little bit, sure, but then, you know, show me what you're going to do next is really my big question. Because if we're just going to have to throw a Roach Hydra at the front forever, I don't love it. We are tech into lurkers. We are getting the Spire online. I mean, Rogue is just going to say, cool, I see that this stage of the game is likely going to lead us to a longer game. I'm going to get a lot of my different tech structures online, so I'm ready in multiple ways to really handle and deal with whatever you might throw at me. And there really is a huge variety of whatever might be thrown. As the Roach Hydra makes a bit of a step forward already. Getting in toward the mineral line, and a few SCVs will begin to drop off. Which is Hydra's still building up. Medevac's going to drop their Hellbats back on top of a lot of those Hydras as well. So just continue to go over toward those for a little bit. Spire coming through, halfway done from Rogue as well. Well, Roaches really are going to try and see where they can get to. These 3 vehicle weapons and plating. All of the investment into this mech right now is... We just lose 22 SCVs, and yet I'm almost not worried because I think Gumiho is set up defensively enough that he just can handle that. I think this is definitely Rogue doing a good job. Harassment, slowing the meching player down as best you can. I just don't think there's a move from Rogue which is going to capitalize necessarily on all of these worker kills anytime soon. Medevac's boost back in toward the main. The Thor going to be there. And down a couple of those Roaches still, so a little bit more damage still being dealt. Step up, Cyclones. Actually starting to take the field a little bit. Cyclones fun units. They actually give us some action in the TVZ in this state. They actually are something that can kind of move out and then get back home without just being killed, so they're not a bad unit to kind of mix in. Let's try and get something done, of course. Thanks, Cyclones. The Thor as well. Move on up and across. I see that Overlord off to the right side going to be taking a little bit of a beating, so that'll go down over the next few moments. That will indeed drop as well. A little bit extra being done. So the Knight is coming up in the main base, so again, just trying to be a little bit annoying or frustrating if at all possible. Do what we can in that regard. The more of that we do, the better off we'll be, as a couple of those lurkers already popping out. The Roach has run into the third base as well. It's just going to run those straight into position. And that's the lurkers in the main. That's going to be difficult for Gumiho to deal with. Like, lurkers that get set up like this, I mean, you generally... I don't want to say it's... Well, it is really bad. A lot of the time, you kind of just lose games off of plays like this. I think Gumiho's going to get enough back home that it's not really going to be end-of-the-world kind of territory, but... It's not great. That's not really what you want to be seeing, right? So yeah, not exactly an ideal situation here for Gumiho as he has to pull back and deal with this. Supply takes a major hit. He's now lost 55 SCVs in this game over a couple different attacks. His work account has been whittled down and is now facing some serious issues. Yeah, Gumiho is kind of fighting for his life at the moment. There's absolutely some good play by Rogue to put us this far into it and keep us in a very convincing position. It's going to go. Nidus in the corner, going to get picked off as well. We do have the Cyclone's going to lock onto the Roaches for a couple of moments as well. So that's going to go about. Roach is still moving over. Hellbat's going to deal some damage also. Hellbats and Thors gathered together again. Totally not a pylon. Thank you so much for the resub. Coming in with the 38 months on the Prime. Thank you. Of Viper Abducts will finally start to come through there to help that scenario, which was not exactly looking great to begin with, to be honest. It was looking a little bit grim as well, wasn't it? Just shots going off non-stop. Finding some Viper Abducts, helping us out a little bit and taking us some steps in the correct directions here. As again, the Thors will sit there. The BC is still coming up. 3 of them being made at a time right now. So again, a lot of those up and rolling for the moment. Lurkers are just going to be sitting there. The BCs going about. Still a Banshee up as well, just helping a little bit here and there, right? Little bits of damage that get added on in different moments. Three BCs coming up, and then the Yamato cannon upgrade coming through as well, so we can actually see those BCs coming around. He's just going to teleport up. Lurkers are going to come around. Just going to be seeing the Overseer is going to fly back. Just going to be seeing the extra Corruptors continue to come in as well. And 5 more Corruptors continue to come through. Vikings playing a little bit of cleanup as well. Seeing those Lurkers continue to come about. So a bit more damage being dealt for a few moments. Just going to be seeing the Corruptors really starting to take a fight. The Yamatos will go off from the BCs, but this will start to go down. So looks as though the BCs have seen better days. So BC is starting to fall. Just going to be seeing the Orbital here having to lift off from Gumiho, moving back here on King's Cove. Obviously, the Cryptus fighting. Viking going to go down. Thor still flying away. Cryptus continue to come through for a little bit more damage as well. So I'm seeing the army of Gumiho really starting to press back, man. If you just look at the map, though, and Rogue has kind of everything at the moment already. Seeing Lucas popping out of a nice network over here on King's Cove, as we just have things definitely being kind of chaotic. I mean, game absolutely staying pretty hectic throughout right now. The BC is going to fire up. I mean, they'll continue to clean out. Resources lost is very favorable to Gumiho, but that is why Rogue has the entirety of the map. That is kind of how this style of play works. You take the map, you control the map, and you really benefit from having the map. In the end of the day is generally the idea of it, right? So that's kind of where we're at. That's kind of how things are looking. Gonna see the Thors and the tanks continue to come over, so we just get settled down one more time. Again, just units going to come about, just going to be seeing the base here showing up. Here come the Vipers and the Corruptors coming through, looking for those. See what we can get done for the next few moments. We've seen the Corruptors hitting, Orbital Command taking shots. BC is going to fire back the other direction as well, so a little bit more being done right there. Just going to be seeing the BC count. It's staying good here from Gumiho. I mean, we also have 7 battlecruisers in this game right now. It's not every day you see 7 BCs in a StarCraft 2 game, and yeah, honestly, genuinely pulling their weight as well, right? They've been pretty darn decent, I have to say. Really can't complain about the BCs at all. They have indeed been very effective at keeping this game going. The thing about the BCs as well, it's interesting, but BCs actually kind of put, I always like to call it the BC tax on the Zerg, where first of all you have to pay every time a fight happens, some Yamato cannons go off and they will guarantee some kills. But it's also the fact that you have to commit supply into dealing with the BCs. And I always feel like the Zerg has to commit more supply into handling the BCs than the Terran has to commit into BCs in the first place. Now, that may not be as true here because the amount of BCs is extremely high. But a lot of the time when you see like 2 to 3 BC openers and you keep those BCs alive for a bit deeper in the game, it always feels like the amount of Corruptors to deal with that effectively is just so much more investment than what the BCs were themselves. Even if it's just current supply on the map, which is a factor because if you can build up a massive army as the Zerg, the mech army is going to struggle to trade efficiently. So I always find that such an interesting dynamic for these BC-focused games at TVZ. Like I say, this one's a little bit different because of the fact that we're here, you know, playing kind of later BC transition more so than a BC startup. So that part of it definitely stays interesting as well. Crypto's actually going to get a bit of a chase going on to these BCs for the moment. Going to go hunting down for a little bit as we do see the BCs just about getting away. Thors and Corruptors coming back over. He's going to be having this army continuing to run around for now. come back across. Just going to have ourselves the Ling's going to come running through. Good blinding clouds. I like the Vipers. They've been so effective this game for Rogue, I feel like. I feel like they've been very good at just consistently finding and providing damage. So very happy to have seen that continue through. As the orbital command lifts off and moves away as well, it's just going to pull that out of here. That orbital just about surviving. 3 new BCs coming online. Gumiho is at this stage though where 5 bases are going to be mining out. Like, he's just been on 5 bases for such a long time. It's kind of time we see something else, right? We kind of need to be able to say, okay, here we are. We've been on the 5 base. This is now my 6 base setup. But if we can't get to 6 bases and Rogue continues to maintain the map control and base control that he has, he's going to win this game just through pure trading, right? 15,000 resources lost worse for wear does not matter when you have that many more bases than your opponent. And that's oftentimes one of the big question marks in the TVZ. Can you get those extra bases up? Can you stop the Terran getting the extra bases up? Right now, Rogue is saying, yeah, I absolutely can stop the Terran getting those extra bases up. And that's, like I say, a big deal, because that is not a given in this matchup. That is one of the more difficult things to kind of have a hold on. 13 Swarm Hosts on the way, by the way, as 2 more BCs. The Siege Tanks all coming up as well. So you bring all of that into play. Gumiho is remaxing one more time, but like I said, just do not think those remaxes last forever. Should be a point where we kind of really realize that as well. I think there's going to be one stage where Gumiho just does not recover from the fight that happens. I don't think we're too far away from seeing that happen. I really don't. I think we're very close to having that take place here, to be honest, as that turret tries to set up. Just going to be having ourselves the extra BCs still coming through as well. Just bringing a lot of that on the way in right now. You have the Thors, Hellbats, battle cruisers continue to chase about. Just going to be seeing the army that continue to sit up on the high ground, and obviously with the Swarm Host being added in late, Rogue trying to find a little bit more efficiency to his army. It's interesting because I actually don't think he really needed it. I think he was just outmining anyway, but if the Swarm Host can be good enough, then obviously you can kind of be like, well, yeah, they're good enough, then why not, you know, utilize them to some extent. It's kind of been, like I say, a pretty fascinating round of matchups. Locust's going to move over as well, so they're just going to come across for a little bit right now. BCs, tanks, all the rest dropping down as well. That's just going to clean up the change lines. I mean, Gumiho taking that forward base. This is one of the bases you can get access to more easily. Another one of the reasons why this map goes quite macro-y a lot of the time. Tank's going to get sieged, Thors are going to fire, Hellbats are going to be there. Continue to fire back the other direction as Gumiho tries to step on to creep a little bit. A little bit of a danger zone kind of situation breaking out as just see the units continuing to press across. Yamato's going down. We're actually going to go for a mass teleport away. You can see the rest of the Locust dropping down as well. See those BCs still up in the sky. Spike Roll is pinging away at the moment. As you see now, BCs on a big push up through the middle. Gumiho just going to commit. I wonder if this is because, well, I mean, let's see how it pans out. Let's see if it's going to be enough. He's coming straight up to the top. Lurkers are going to be there, firing away as well. A little bit more damage being done. gonna see that Parasite Bomb still latching onto that battle cruiser here. Corruptor's gonna get the cleanup as well. I mean, Gumiho has never been rich enough to rebuild from an entire army loss, and that's exactly what this is. He felt as though he maybe had his one chance to go, and that was the moment he picked, but it's not gonna happen. After 28 minutes of King's Cove, we will come to a close here, and we will round this one out in Rogue's favor. He goes 2-1 and into the semi-finals. Congrats to Rogue for advancing into the semis there. So yeah, Gumiho got a bit of a shove going and then just kind of felt as though he had to keep on shoving, right? Like, sometimes you get caught. It feels like an endless game if you don't, but that's kind of what happens. All right. Let's get Totally Not a Pylon and G-Town onto the tree. Thank you so much for your support, guys. I appreciate it. You guys rock. Thank you very much. Give me a moment. Let's do this. And we are going to get ready for our semi-finals. So, first of all, we've got to figure out what those semi-finals are going to be. Let me have a peek. They are going to be... Ooh, that's actually a fun one. Rogue versus Young Yakov. Very interesting. Oh, my camera crashed. No, my camera crashed. Oh, I knew it was getting too hot in here. Sorry, guys. I can't help it. It gets too warm. The camera crashes. I promised G-Town and Totally Not a Pylon. You went on the tree. I'm sorry, guys. Didn't realize my camera was off. Whoops. As set up. So yeah, Young Yakov versus Rogue, and also Classic versus Shin. Couple of fun matchups for the semis. Young Yakov, what a run he must have been on. Let's have a look at who he actually beat to get here. He beat Creator and Percival. That's actually not a bad little run from Young Yakov. Semi-final appearance from him is pretty cool. Definitely something a little different and maybe not quite as expected compared to some of the other names we typically see in these events. So yeah, that's very cool indeed. In that case, guys, let's go into that. Let's get that ready to rumble. And just some StarCraft too. Perfecto. Let's go straight into just Young Yakov versus Rogue. First semi-final here, going to be some ZVZ. In the top right-hand side, we are going to have our red Zerg player. This is Young Yakov. Taking on in the bottom left, our blue Zerg player. This is going to be Rogue. As we get this up and underway. Away we go. So, Rogue and Yakov ZVZ, so guaranteed Zerg in the finals. On the bottom side of the bracket is Shin Classic. We could have a ZVZ final today, actually. I think it's a fairly realistic situation. Looking at who we have. Yeah, that's actually a very possible ZVZ final. We'll see how the games play out, though. As I would say, Young Yakov will be an underdog here. But hey, in ZVZ, I could believe him upsetting Rogue. While we get into this CVZ then, guys, let's see what we kind of get going on. Let's see what happens. Once we settle down. We're following Overlord across the map. There's not actually a lot happening with Hatch, Gas, and Pool coming up on both sides. Mirrored build orders. ZVZ is not always going to happen. When it does, not always going to be, like I say, too much to say about it, to be honest. So, yeah, just a little bit of mirrored build ordering for a few moments here as we get settled down. We get ready to roll. Overlord's coming about, moving around a little bit for the moment, seeing where we can get to, seeing if there's anything we can make happen for a little while. Oh, Lord. For the moment. Links be coming up on both sides. Get this rolling here. Lings will just make their way down to the bottom left, so they're going to come moving across too. See if there's anything exciting that can maybe happen right there. I really feel like the answer so far is not really. Queen coming back the other direction as well. These guys are just going to mirror each other. Link speed timings, Baneling Nest timings, everything's going to be really the same so far, so not much to really point out and shout about. I just set up and continue to settle in. Queen's is going to be there. Lings get pushed the other direction. Got some little bits of damage being dealt just to start us off. Drone count's still even though, so no one's really being the aggressor over the other guy, right? You know, sometimes you see one player cutting the drones to start making units a little bit sooner. Which is not happening here at all, so that will not be taking place. That's how our drones continue to gather up. Things and bands gather up. Evo Chamber, Roach Run continue through. Just get ourselves settling in with the game. See where we get to in the next few moments. I'm excited to see where we, you know, if Young Yakov tries to really go toe-to-toe in a longer ZVZ, or if there's going to be like a switchy flicks where it's like, okay, now we attack. Because I really feel like that's a real possibility here for, I definitely feel like that's a real possibility here for Yakov at some point. Just be like, yep, right, let's go for it then. Time to fight. And he just sends it, you know. So, because I mean, you gotta be a little bit cautious of just playing a normal game against Rogue. Rogue's freaking good, you know? And if you're coming into this without any tricks up your sleeve or anything, then, like I said, it'd be interesting. Right now, Rogue's already being the aggressor, actually, as Yakov goes up into the lair. Rogue is just going to be the one to build a whole bunch of roaches. So Rogue says, yeah, I'll show you how to be aggressive. Maybe you should try doing something like this. And he's going to go kabang into all those into all that roach production. So that sets up already. That comes straight through. So Roach is coming in. He's going to be having a melee upgrade coming about as well. Get ready to really commit to this fight in the next few moments, it would seem. It'll be now or never. Because you have made those units. All the roaches are going to start coming the other direction. It's just going to come straight over once again. Roach is going to fly, a couple of Banes going to roll through. Again, little bits of damage being done. At the moment, is just have... I mean, obviously, this is a big commitment from Rogue, so you kind of want to see some serious damage being done. I say little bits to start off with. He's going to start breaking into the natural. He's going to get there before Spine Crawlers are ready. That's going to do a lot for him, so that's already starting off pretty nicely. Just for now. In fact, that's starting off very nicely right now. And, I mean, drones going down as well, so damage really does just continue to be taken. 17 drones dropping, damage being dealt. Roach is going to keep going in. I mean, obviously the Roach run at the front is exposed. Young Yakov's just going to die. Not really a very exciting game. Yakov tries to go to Spire and Mutalisk, and it's just an investment that's not going to be there. They're really helping with the all-in of Rogue. The preparations weren't good enough. The spines weren't on time. If you hold to get the mutas up to hit these Roaches in a big way, there's definitely some chances, but this was just not one of those moments. GG. And that is going to be Rogue taking game 1 of the best of 3 series here in the semis. Alright, well, Rogue does his thing to start us off. Shows us that he's pretty darn good. That works. Game 2. Going into King's Cove. We'll just go straight into game 2, guys. No reason to delay. Let's jump into more DVT. Young Yakov in the bottom right is going to be down a game. Rogue in the top left is going to be up a game. Spawn pull here early from Young Yakov with the gas as well, going to be super aggressive. So he is going to go and he's going to commit to this attack right from the very get-go. He's going to send it. Coming over, hatch coming through. Just going to be seeing the hatch gas and pool all getting going for a little bit here as we get settled down. Lings be coming through, a couple queens on the way. Those lings continue now to Overlord building up as well. We continue to get this all on the roll. Lings going around the left-hand side. Ling speed obviously going to be there. No further gas, so it's just going to be a full 10 drone Ling flood. There's always potential for this to do a lot, but it has to do everything, right? Because you've got to kill 14 drones just to even out this game. So you've really got to snowball this early. If you don't start snowballing, it probably isn't going to go in your favor, plain and simple. I think it is kind of just as simple as that a lot of the time in these scenarios. You got to get this going extremely well for yourself super quickly. Otherwise, you're just going to be in trouble forever, pretty much. Things running through here from Yakov. I mean, he will control the natural. The couple queens need to be careful. Drone's going to pull to try and help protect the queens. Don't hate that. Keeping the queens alive is very nice. The damage they put out is huge. So I like that a lot, honestly, as the Lings come back around. The drones and the queens are going to move about a little bit themselves. And Ling speed, Lings, queen, continue to come about there. As soon as Rogue gets a few more units out, he might be able to fight this. Obviously, Ling speed done for him soon, so he can micro a little bit more easily in these fights as well. position a little bit better too. Those sort of things do add up. So let's see if that might help, as we are going to be seeing the drone still doing a lot of chasing around. So Rogue not doing a ton of mining. He's mining with enough workers though, I guess. Kind of keep this consistent. I guess he's probably left enough where it's like, well, I'm going to at the very least be mining as much as you are back at home, considering that you are so committed. So when you think of it like that, it's probably a pretty clever way to do it. Who would have thought Rogue being smart? Now, this is a defense here from Rogue. He's got the surround on the lings on the low ground. That's GG. And that's how you move into the finals of an Olimoleague when you have, you know, when you are the favorite, basically, against a guy. Young Yakov barely gets to play the game. Well, he got to play the game, just... He dies during attack, he goes super aggressive himself, and Rogue leaves absolutely no room for error. And just like that, we are going to be having Rogue in the finals. Rogue really defended that very well. Pulling the drones, I especially like just how many drones he pulled. He pulled enough so that he was still mining to build, but the drones really did a good job of protecting the queens and just helping in general. So I do think that's really a big reason why he held so comfortably. So yeah. Classic Shin going to be coming up next for us, guys. We're going to get this on the way in just a few moments, so we'll get that started up momentarily here. We'll get this settled in very soon. Thank you for joining us today on WardiTV. Action covering the Olimoleague. Again, shout out to the Olimoleague for having us and allowing us to cast the replays of this. I know they're very selective with who they let cover. So thank you so much for choosing us. Without their support, we would not obviously be able to bring you guys the games. So thank you so much to the Olimoleague providing us the replays and allowing us to keep on giving you guys more StarCraft 2. Alright, we are gonna go into Classic versus Shin. Let's just do it right now, I think. Let's just start it off. The ads can trickle over the start of the game, I think. Like I said, I want to keep the games rolling as we move through the action a day. As we are going to go to the upper right-hand side of the map with our Red Protoss player to start us off. To begin things here, we have got our Red Protoss player Classic. And he is in the semifinals against the Blue Zerg in the bottom left. One of our favorite players of the off-season so far. I've been a little bit worried about him. Feels like he's started to kind of dip a little bit just as things start to, you know, come around again. Mars Coliseum was not great for him. Hoping that this is very temporary, just bad week or so. More so than an overall kind of dip back down to where he was at before. Because it's been really fun watching this guy dominate. It's Shin in the bottom left of Frostline to start off game number 1. This is actually an interesting matchup because I feel like every time I see Classic and Shin play each other, it's like a battle of the... Classic just like level-ins him, and either it goes very well and he wins at like 5 minutes, or it doesn't work and then Shin wins at like 8 minutes. Like, I feel like that's just how these two play PvZ. I feel like there's almost no in-between of what they do or how they achieve things, so yeah. Like, a very interesting one in my eyes because of that specifically. So yeah, I guess we'll see what happens as we get into this game. We get this going. Game number 1 of our second semi-final. Let's see the Nexus coming up, the hatchery coming through, spawning pool on the way in as well. So we got a little bit of everything on the go just to start off with right now. That hatch coming through, we get that settled, get that on the go. Nothing super crazy. Obviously, we'll wait to see what the tech choice is going to be. We'll see if Classic is indeed going to play a Twilight Council. Maybe he'll play a Stargate opener and mix things up from what I just stated about how it feels like they oftentimes play. Just because I've seen it a few times does not mean it's a guarantee of what's going to happen in this one, of course. So, yeah, we'll see what we get. Robo Facility actually first from Classic, so there you go. Something definitely not quite what I was talking about. Robo first. I think give us a couple of interesting ways to play out. Robo first against Zerg is very interesting. That feels like we're in kind of like all-in territory, right? You're going to rush out an Immortal or a Warp Prism to support your your units. This is absolutely feeling very aggressive from our Protoss player before the game even really gets started. I'm talking about glaive aggression. This might be even more committed than that. And Classic has got that tendency as well. One of the other things he does is he does not shy away from kind of being the guy who's just like, you know what, I will shamelessly 7-gate you, you know? He has done that many a time. He's done it on the biggest of stages. First Immortal starts up. Yeah, immediate Immortal is almost always aggressive. You do not need an Immortal for safety. If this was any sort of safe kind of opener, he would have gone for an Observer first to get information across the map. This is him building units because he's going to attack. Classic is getting very serious about committing here in the very near future. Straight up and simple. That ball pops out. Extra gates in the Warp Gate coming through as well. Keep that on the go currently. See now what? Again, Prism, Warp Gate. All coming online. Nothing surprising just yet. As we take a few moments. Prism about to finish up. The Stalker going to ping away at the Overlords. A little bit of damage being done there as well. More shots coming about. Again, extra gates and the pylons coming on in for the moment. As that gateway is about to finish. Rotron coming up and online as we speak. I'm still moving over as again a couple of Zealots are coming about. Just going to get those on the go. See if they can get them into any sort of fun position to play with. So yeah, we got ourselves the extra warpins coming through and just pure Zealot production. Now, Shinnen's starting to figure this out. Rotron's about to be done. First Spinecrawler is starting up, but this is going to hit before he's really ready. We move a couple of Spores forward to maybe zone out the Prism. It's pretty much the best you can do with the stack defense that you've made so far. Like I say, he's maybe not picked up on this soon enough. He does get the Prism, though! That's going to be absolutely massive. I mean, if a defense is made here, then the Prism going down should be an absolutely huge part of that. Is Classic just steps up. The 7-gate, Robo all in, is in full swing right now. Just going to be seeing these Zealots are doing a very good job of keeping units safe, as that Immortal, by the way, very well microed into the corner. Classic keeps the Immortal alive on low HP. That is really great to see. Whew. And we've seen the links coming through, and we start to play cleanup a little bit, so a little bit more being done there. As we do have the Zealots and the Prism coming back over. That's coming about. Get set up for a few moments here as well. It's going to be seeing an extra few rounds of Zealots, and you can already see that this is looking unholdable. I mean, we kind of need a lot of Roaches to deal with Zealots in these kind of numbers, or you need to be in some very good positions, but I just don't think that this one's going to be able to do all that much. Even without, even with the Warp Prism, I really felt like with the Warp Prism kill, this was, I guess it's just been that bad of a situation for Shin that killing the Prism didn't save him. It prolonged his death, right? I think if he was actually in any sort of a reasonable, like, oh, this is actually holdable with the units that you've got scenario, the kill in the Prism would pretty much be a guaranteed hold. But because he was just so badly set up for it, yeah, because he's so badly set up for it, that doesn't happen, and that's going to be GG in the favor of Classic. So Classic wins a very speedy game number 1. We're not messing around there, apparently, as we'll head into game number 2, which is going to be on Ultra Love. We're going to get that set up in a couple of moments. Alright, we're going to jump into our second game. Like I said, we're just going to go for it, guys. We ain't going to delay. Go, go, go. Let's head into Ultra Love for Classic versus Shin in the second round. As Classic takes the 1-0 lead. Shin in the bottom left side is going to be our Zerg, who is now trailing. Classic is in the top right as our blue Protoss player, who's Immortal 7 Gate, gets the job done. Look, you love it. Yeah, I do love it, actually. I like it when the Protoss players get a little bit feisty and spicy. You know, isn't that how Protoss is meant to be played? Good old 7 Gate every now and again. It just feels so right, you know? It just feels so right when Protoss are bringing out the 7 Gates. When you know Protoss are playing the right kind of StarCraft, too. Hatch comes down, and we do block the natural, so Shin will have to take that over to the side. Extractor comes in, so Hatch and the gas coming about here. Get that underway pretty much immediately. It's going to be having our pool coming down as well, so again, a little bit of everything getting set up just to start us off. And that probe is going to move into the base and just keep an eye on things as the TLDR at the moment. Yeah, Nexus coming through, Cybercore coming online. Keep that all going. There's our spawn and pool finishing. Yeah, at least Shin can sort of say, well, hey, look, I died to like an aggressive build last game, but it's the sort of game where you can be like, okay, well, this won't happen twice, you know? A, I'll be better about spotting those kind of things, and B, he's unlikely to do the same thing a second time over, so that should give me a better position to play from here, you know? At least I get to actually play my game, so it's not one of those ones where it's like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I don't know what to do. Like, you should actually just be able to play your normal game still, because you've just not, you know, tried that yet, so should be decent. I'm just gonna go after the Ling, so we chase there for a couple of moments for a little bit of damage. And Lings be coming up, a couple of Lings coming over. You know, a robo facility, the Wolf Gate, a couple extra probes all coming through as well, so we just get so much of that on the way right now. There's the Resonating Glaives. Well, maybe this time Classic's going to make me look smart by telling you guys what was going to happen before before the games really began. I mean, I'm not surprised about the Resonating Glaives at all. It's exactly what I sort of predicted right before we got into that first game. Seemingly is exactly where we're going right now in this second game. So Glaives is our choice. Let's see how we continue about this as we settle down for a few moments. Doesn't coming up. Again, Resonating Glaives continues through. And let's see what Shin will do about it. I mean, Rotron is on the way. It feels like a fairly appropriate timing for the Rotron, so I don't think we're going to be caught off guard by that not being ready or anything along those lines. And a couple of probes coming about. The Resonating Glaives continues online. Get all of that going for the moment. That prism continues down to the bottom side of the map. Depth's going to go shading even, so just going to go and push over the other side for a few moments. See if they can get anything done as the Adepts are going to actually jump onto that Queen. Just going to get a little grab on that one. The Adepts will shade about. I mean, the Roaches just aren't out yet, so we're just building Lings. I do not love that we're continuing to build Lings, because that concerns me that we're just not actually going to get a defense up against this at all. I'm actually very concerned that we're still building just Lings. That is really not, I think, the route of success right now. But what do I know? Shin's going to try and make it happen. Obviously, we'll at least have an ability with the Zerglings, so moving those around is going to be fairly simple, if nothing else. That's going to get there. A hatchery is going to go down already. So hatchery gets killed. I mean, the fact we killed the third base kind of tells you just how unanswered these Adepts have been, right? The fact the Adepts have had long enough to kill a third hatch, that really is not meant to happen. I mean, kind of just... Yeah, you're kind of just memeing on at that point if your hatchery dies. Don't know what else to really say about that. That is not a pretty start at all. As the other units come moving about, settle down one more time. Still gathering then. As we settle down over here for the moment, just gonna have ourselves the Queen and everything continue to come through. So a lot of Lings still gathering together as they potentially look for a little bit of a counter-attacking opportunity. Definitely some possibilities there. The Adept gonna fire, the Ling's gonna come about themselves, set up a little bit. Four more gateways coming through. Classic is just like, you know what, let's just get some more unit production on them field. Can you blame the guy? It's been a pretty good game for him so far. Anything where you just kind of attack to follow up from here makes so much sense because you're basically just capitalizing on what's already been a very good start for you. So, yeah, that kind of just makes perfect sense as we get that straight underway. Adepts, the Sentries, the Immortals. It's a powerful army. You can dictate the map and how it looks with the force fields. The Immortals are always going to be banging absolutely, huge amounts of damage through as well, I'm sure. Yeah, hard to really disagree with what Classic is building and what he's doing right now as he sets up to put an end to this one. Coming across the map here on Ultra Love. We're just going to have some super speedy semifinals. Like, we had a couple longer games through the day so far, but these semis have been super quick, especially if Shin really does just die here, which I really can just see being a thing. Like, I just don't think that's going to turn out to be very surprising at all. More shots coming through. Just going to have ourselves the Corrosive Vials trying to break through the force fields, but the force fields are very good, trapping a lot of units around, really making it difficult for the whole Zerg army to do anything that they're really meant to be doing. Is basically the issue right here. They're not really achieving anything. Is more Roach is going to try and come up as a response to this, but not really believing it. And Classic just going to sweep Shin under the rug, and just like that, Classic is going to stomp by boy Shin. No, Shin. It was not meant to be like this. It was not meant to be like this. That was a terrible series. It was kind of fun. It was not a terrible series. It was a bad series if you were a Shin fan, though. I think that's very fair to say, isn't it? Bad series if you're a Shin fan, unfortunately. Alright, guys. Yeah, I mean, that's going to basically bring us over to our grand final. Rogue taking on Classic. Grand final PvZ. Okay, well, it's PvZ grand final. I'm okay about that, to be fair. I'm okay about that. I think that's actually a very fun series. I mean, Rogue Classic has had some history to it, of course, over time, but even outside of the history of Rogue Classic. It's just fun. It's a matchup where we got a couple creative players. Classics just showed us he's not afraid to play kind of aggressively, and Rogue is never kind of the guy to play kind of normally either. But yeah. We're gonna take a few moments, guys, and kick into this. I'm just giving it a moment or so for the ads to pan out, so we can make sure we get into this and without ads overlapping the games too heavily early on. Perfecto. Alright, what are we going to be starting on? Rogue vs. Classic's going to begin on King's Cove. Alright. Big map to start us off. Maybe a big game to start us off. We already had one long game on King's Cove today. It's the kind of map that gives long maps, though, so like I say, that's definitely not out of the question to see some long games continue to happen. Could be a thing. Could be a thing. As we will, I think, start this off, guys. All right, let's do it. King's Cove coming up, Grand Finals, game number 1 of Rogan Classic. To get this underway. Let's jump into King's Cove. Best of 5, of course, now in the Grand Finals as well, so we have that little bonus to enjoy. This has been best of 5 instead of a best of 3 is a big plus in my eyes. Love it. Very exciting. We're going to start in the top left corner of the map with the blue Protoss player. This is Classic. And in the bottom right-hand side, our red Zerg player, Rogue. As we get this best of 5 grand final underway, King's Cove, our map. Start this off and see what we get. Genuinely excited. I do really think this is going to be fun. I just like these players, man. I just kind of like these players. And like I said, I think that makes this a lot of fun here as we get started up. Just the kind of guys that, like I say, definitely make it interesting a lot of the time as well. Alright, well, jump onto our official observer cam and see the beautiful game that they're going to show us. Love the Olimoleague. Oh yeah. The stream is wrong. Clem is not playing. Yeah, I don't know how I did that. I think I meant to write like Classic or something actually instead of Clem, and my brain just took over. Apologies. Didn't mean to bait you guys in here with Clem's name. I use Clem's name enough on the YouTube videos. I would absolutely just lap up the opportunity to not use his name. Not because I don't like Clem, just because I just, you know, if there's a chance not to use his name, we may as well switch it up a bit. Yo, Ed Beer Norm, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 49-month resub. We appreciate it, and you know it. Thank you very much for supporting for so long. Thank you so much. Get you on the WardiTV tree after this game. Stargate opening from Classic. Hey, it's going to be a little bit more of a regular match. I wonder if, like, it's so interesting because Classic, I feel like, plays these aggressive builds, but I feel like I say, I was very ready to tell you guys he was going to do it against Shin. I wouldn't have necessarily said he plays super aggressive against Rogue. I wonder if that's kind of a thing where he's mostly just playing aggressive against Shin, or there's something about that playstyle that he feels like he can, you know, take advantage of and so on. Yeah, interesting, because like I say, I feel like he's more likely to do it against Shin, but maybe that's just a coincidence that I've kind of noticed or picked up on. like I said, I mean, this is a best of 5 as well. You don't expect him to crank out super aggressive builds every game, right? So I guess it makes sense as well to maybe open Stargate on one of the more macro-y maps. And I mean, maybe a map where he's very confident as well, right? Because this is, you know, King's Cove. You can take a lot of bases very easily. So if you're going to macro, why not macro on a map that can be very good for you to just sit back on and defend? It can be very rough for Rogue to do anything about it on this map. So yeah, maybe that's just the logic there from Classic. Maybe that's the route he takes once we get this underway. Do-do-do. Take a few moments. Voidra is going to go after the Overlord here for a little bit. So it's going to go jump on top of that. Deal a little bit of damage. Nexus, Gateway, Oracle, all continuing to produce through for the moment. So we're just bringing up as much of that as we can here for the moment. Settle this down. Beacon on the way out. We do have our Nexus on the way through as well, so we just bring a little bit of this and a little bit of that online. Get set up here for a few moments. Just take a little bit to ourselves are rolling with the second second Stargate and that Fleet Beacon. And okay, I mean, to be fair, this is Classic playing a bit of a creative style on this map. I say creative, but different, right? It's not just straight up standard. It's not something that we've never seen. The Stargates and Fleet Beacon and rushing into. Most likely Tempest. I mean, maybe there's a world he rushes carriers here because of the map. We lose the Void Ray, which, yeah, would be worse if we lost the Oracle. Still nice to keep the Void alive because it can continue to Overlord hunt and, you know, information deny. Maybe even sit atop the 4th base location of the Zerg and force him to have anti-air there before he can expand. Definitely a few good reasons to obviously have the Void Ray still up. And it is going to be carriers from Classic, so that is interesting. We've seen so many Tempest builds out of the Fleet Beacon rush lately, but actually rushing into carriers, I think I say a little bit different, I think, than what we've been seeing otherwise, as we just have ourselves the carriers coming through, plus 1 air weapons coming about as well. Well, Council, Forge, carriers all coming in. I'm just going to drop a little Revelation down. Just going to cover a couple of those roaches. Just going to grab those right away. Keep an eye on them. That's still joining together. All down as obviously the single link gets across. Really waiting for these carriers to kind of come through and to show us what they're going to get up to, because I actually really think that they're going to very likely make something happen here, to be honest. I mean, you don't just build the carriers to sit them at home and play defense. Unfortunately, this is not quite the the Gold League heroes today, guys. I mean, very viable strat in Gold. Not quite as viable in the Super Gold bordered leagues of Grandmaster and at the pro level, so definitely expecting those carriers to get involved at a higher pace. And I mean, he's actually just going to sit there with him, isn't he? Well, he might just go with 4. Maybe 4 is going to be his magic number for the moment. Yeah, 4 might be the number he goes for right here, so that could be a possibility. We'll wait and see. Get this set up for the moment. Full carrier is going to start moving out. The other 2 should be here, so yeah, maybe with 4 we will poke across the map and see what we can do. Rogue playing with roaches and hydras, so he's going to even get neural parasites super quickly. Okay. This game is actually already turned into a little bit of a crazy one, I think. I mean, going into a freaking neural parasite already feels definitely not quite how these games typically turn out, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that we are definitely getting a little creative here. We're going to recall the carriers home to deal with this attack, so there isn't even that many units, so they don't get to go harass at all. This is actually going to be extremely passive from the carriers in the end. Well, maybe Gold Leaguers have it right. Maybe they actually have the true way of playing this build. I'm sorry, Gold Leaguers. I should have never doubted you. Okay, first time I make a comment about low leagues in forever, and I just got proven wrong. So silly. Never lucky. Hydra's still coming up. The Neural Parasite continues to come in as well, so we just get that all on the go. Roaches and a few lings still moving across. Hydras and Infestors just going to come moving about as well, so away we go. Just going to go jumping to the other side. Good Storm to start us off. I'm very excited to see if these Infestors can land some Neurals. It's going to be difficult for them to get in range right now. They don't have really kind of like a burrowed stealth attack ready to go, so yeah, we actually dropped some Microbial Shrouds to try and help the Hydras against the carriers. We don't see that every day, guys. Microbial Shroud is a very rarely used ability, in all honesty, and the fact we see it used at all is pretty spectacular. This happens maybe, what, once every couple of weeks on the stream? And again, we don't see a game like this very often either, so I guess it kind of makes sense with what Rogue is playing and what he's got kind of set up already, so I'm not hating, just, like I say, unusual as the carriers onto the edge of creep for just a couple moments there to see if there's much they can do. The answer so far is not really. Not really. Hydras and the Infestors still gathering together here, so we get that all set up as well. Just gonna be having our look. Dan and Aspire continue to come up and online and bring that all through. And the Hydras and the Infestors just going to join up together, get settled down for a few moments, get that all brought up. As the Hydra Infestor force will go into the middle of the map, and well, it's going to see all those spores pressing forward too from Rogue. He's very ready to play the long let's sit here and let this game play out kind of game, which is what typically happens in the world of King's Cove. I'm so glad this map's in the map pool, guys. I just love it when a map promotes naturally long games. Yeah, okay. I'll stop memeing, but like at least we could have at least had a new map that forces games like this to happen, you know? Like you know, it didn't have to be like this. We could have had a new map, so at least the map was new, and that would be kind of interesting. Instead, here we are on King's Cove. Hydra Infestor moves up, a couple of spores are gonna fire. The fungal growth actually landed on some of the Infestors in the back there. Those Infestors really reaching with the fungals and actually doing pretty darn okay for themselves, so finding a little bit of value here and there. So far, we're going to have ourselves the couple storms going down too. Classic able to fend this army off for a few more moments at least. +3 attack, +2 air weapons. Obviously, air upgrade is going to be important when you're playing those carriers and everything, so those will come through for the moment. And +3 ground attack, and get ourselves with the Gare army pushing forward. Classic actually taking some steps into this side of the map of Rogue. He obviously is very confident about his army. I don't blame him. I think Classic's army is absolutely great for the stage of the game that we're in. So yeah, I don't blame the commitment into the other side and kind of looking for fights like this one. But of course, you got to be careful of stack defense. And a defensively set up Zerg can obviously have a very good time against you too. So I think those are the issues that Classic has to try and avoid right now and not let kind of go overboard or anything. If avoidable, that would be amazing. See, those Immortals are going to press forward. He really is just feeling as though, like, yeah, I believe I can do this, even against all the stacked defense. So he is just going to commit forward. He is just going to send it a little bit for now. All those lanes get burrowed up. The robot facility going to be nearby too. Going to have ourselves the Tempest, the Carriers, the Immortals. All of that continues in for the moment. So we're just putting all of that online. Get that on the go. There's a little bit of lane harassment. At this point of the game, you just got to do what you can. My problem for Rogue is he's just not rich. You know, we think back to that Rogue Gumiho game on this map, and Rogue was controlling the map. He had so much creep everywhere. He had so much control just all over the place. And, you know, you think of a game like that one, and you're like, okay, yeah, I can see why Rogue's in a good spot. I can see how Rogue's going to be set up to do very well here. I don't get that same vibe at all based on where we're currently at, right? Like, that just is not a thing based on the current map layout and the bases Rogue has. Like, he's starting to get creep here and there, but a lot of it's being cleaned up and pushed back again. I mean, his activity on the map right now is a little bit of, Ling harass, which for the state of the game is, I won't say it's pathetic, but it's pretty lackluster, you know? Classic definitely feels in control of this one. Now, in control does not mean you're going to win it. Right, we've got a long way to go. We've got a lot of stuff still to figure out. A lot of StarCraft to be played in this game, most likely. But, the fact Rogue is not building up a massive tank, the fact that he is not able to kind of comfortably get towards super late game, unit numbers or anything, these are all going to be big wins for you as Classic. These are all going to be things that point in the right direction to see a Protoss victory in Game 1. Just has to play it out calmly, because, like I say, there's a lot of StarCraft to be played. There's a lot of fights to be had. There's a lot of chances to still mess this position up is what I'm getting at. So, yeah, definitely a lot of time where this could look good, but there's definitely a lot of time where this can still go very, very wrong if you ain't careful with it. Mothership flies up to the top as we take position right here. Just going to be having the Mothership going to go all the way around that upper right-hand side. It's just going to go over for a few moments. Again, a couple of Tempests coming out, +3 air weapons on the way, Gravitic Drive, so even Warp Prism speed coming up, so Classic can be a little bit more aggressive, more easily with the Prism. I mean, we're getting into a deep part of the game where you can kind of afford those upgrades, where it's like, don't really necessarily need this to harass, but why the hell let's not just get it to harass anyway? There's always going to be some value to be had, right? +2 melee, +2 carapace upgrades, the Spire extra from Rogue. He's already got flyer attack upgrades on the way in. He doesn't have a great Spire, so I don't know. He probably wants to start a great Spire, or at least start carapace upgrades. There may be a great Spire a bit further down the line. Maybe even just a second Spire in a different place could be good in case the first one gets sniped. Mothership gets found. It will recall home to get out of trouble. Well, the Mothership can actually recall some units on top of these few lurkers, so they're going to get picked apart. That was a fun little moment as Classic makes a snipe on a few lurkers. Again, a lot of this game is going to be about controlling the harassment and stopping your opponent from kind of, running away with just harassment that can win the game potentially. So, things to watch out for there. Hollings run up the ramp. They're going to go a nibbling. Things going to start getting cleaned up. Cybercore coming through as well. Army just gathers together, and again the +3 air weapons, the +1 air armor, all of that continues up for the moment as we settle ourselves down. And now come back over, a few of those lings gonna get chased around. And all of our upgrades continue through. Just going to be seeing a few Zealots warping in as well, trying to still get a lot of that online currently. So bringing up as much of this as possible. Highest in the back of that natural will come up. I was able to move around the map and actually see some pretty decent success in terms of getting some damage done, so might as well deny a base, but they're not going to last too long. At this point, I don't think Rogue's really interested in rebuilding Hydras. He should pretty much always just be rebuilding the Corruptors, right? He wants Corruptors up to fight that air army. This is mostly an air army. I mean, Classic's army is very good. We're talking Carrier Tempest and then a supporting cast of Immortal Archon. High Templar. I mean, you could not really come up with much of a better army composition. It really does it all right now. Nidus in the back of the main base. This is the sort of harass that might see some success for Rogue as this game progresses through. Might be the kind of harassment he has to lean upon if he wants to win some of these fights as we do come through. Those lurkers are going to get cleaned out, so they're going to get picked away at. Be seeing how our lurkers continue to fire away from afar again, doing well for themselves, I would say, for the most part. Just again finding positions. The fact that Nidus was successful is definitely a big plus as well. So very happy to see that. As we see our couple of lings still going down too. So that's all continue to drop. I'm stuck on the unit tab. I mean, go back to the production tab. It's kind of more of the same. The unit tab was kind of interesting to keep track of who had what. Let's just see the results. Just going to continue to hang about here for a little bit. Again, cannons on the way, Tempest on the way out. All of that continues through for the moment. What I do like for Rogue is that, to me, he's restabilized on a lot of bases that he wasn't really getting to before, so now I'm pretty happy that he's actually going to get to those bases and going to have them. We see the Tempest and the Carriers pushing through, the Overseers taking damage. And the Ultra Cavern coming up, plus 2. Flyer Carapace coming online as well. Observer and the Oracle continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the rest of this army still pressing forward. Just continue to come through with that for the moment. There we go. He's actually going to get forward here. This base not fully mined out, so actually losing it will probably need to be replaced at some point. So I feel Ling's going to find some good success. Classic just unable to deal with that so far, so that is going to be good for him. Good for Rogue. Successful moment there. Oh, nice yoinks as well. Going to get rid of a couple of carriers. Now Rogue is building up a bank. This game is developing into a more traditional kind of... This game is going to, a slow down and people have banks and stuff game. Like I say, we were not really there for a long time previously, so... Definitely has been a little bit of setting up to get to this point, but here we are now. Looking a whole lot better. Extra Stargates coming online, the carriers are producing, so we get all of those coming on up and running here. Get that set up for the moment. It's still coming about just for a little bit as well, so in there you go. 3 more Stargates. As Classic just says, the one thing I want to be able to do at any point here is just rebuild into my air army. Make sure I can get that back up and running. If I can do that, I'm going to be pretty happy. So yeah, he's going to prioritize that right here. Archons and Immortals continue to move through. And that's on the way up from Rogue as well at this point. Another Nidus attempt coming through on the other side of the map, so we'll see if that can result in anything awesome or not. Again, the Banet's going to finish shortly. The Ling is still coming by. Nidus now completing as well. Interceptor's going to come through. A bunch of those changelings will begin to go down. Damage being done. As we play a little bit of the cleanup game for the moment as well. So a little bit more being done on all of that. And there's a mothership going to go for a huge recall. It's going to come directly into this side of the map there. And that's going to be massive as we continue to fight. Massive play from Classic. One of the biggest plays we've seen in a little while in this game, to be honest. As that is huge for him. And I mean, he knocks out a base immediately. Now, obviously, he probably has a Nexus recall to get out of there if he feels the need. Tester coming up. Bane speed about to finish. +3 carapace still coming online as well. So we get all of that coming through. Things really do continue through that set of rocks and just opening up a little bit of space. Fast down a hatch coming online as well for the moment. He gets back over to the right side. Couple carriers still coming through. That Nexus coming online as well. So we keep building that up, get that rolling. More carriers in production definitely steps towards even more of that Stargate play. I mean, we've been on a Stargate-based army for a very long time here as Classic. That's not really been changing at all. So we are about to go 25 minutes deep here on Leylines. Classic has 8k, 8k. Rogue has 7k, 3k. The banks are huge. The game is big. The game is long. But kind of just starting to split the map as well. For a long time, Rogue struggled to have bases. Now, Rogue is starting to get those bases. Viper Broodlord gathers up once again. Extra cannons on the way out. A couple of assimilators are going to build through. All of that's still setting up here for the moment as the Dropper Lords are going to come across the other side of the map as well. So away they go. Let's see if they can have some impact. See if they can add any fun into this. Be pretty interesting, right? Some Dropper Lord action. Corruptors, I'm going to dive the left side. Maybe we can Caustic Spray something interesting. At the same time, do you want to risk the Corruptors diving through for that? Probably not. Probably mostly just checking where the units are out of the opposition. We continue to sit back and, again, neither player really wants to be the aggressor, because if you're the aggressor, you're going to be attacking into the static defense. Well, why attack into the static defense, right? When you could just wait for your opponent to attack into your static defense. Obviously, that's why you harass around. That's why you try and make things happen to slowly chip into advantages. But, I mean, this works as well. Bane's going to roll through. That's why the Bale Nest came up about 5 minutes ago. Start getting some Banelings just rolling directly into the static defense as well. Knock down those cannons and batteries. Open up that sort of a space. And do a lot for you, of course. So let's get over here. Apparently we're missing detection to be able to clean those up and push them back. They're going to get there though. Revelation comes down. And that's going to be all those lurkers getting cleaned up as well. The cleanup continues. Ay, ay, ay. And there go the changelings. They're going to all step forward for the moment. Seven Corruptors, 7 Broodlords building up as well. We're moving across, carriers and the Tempest coming over. Seeing where we can get to. You're seeing the prison coming online as well right now, so we get that set up as well on top of everything else. And again, just harassing possibilities opening up. We have some final upgrades coming through as well. That final shield upgrade is going to come into play from Classic. It's pretty much the last upgrade we're going to see as Classic starts to lose the main. This is not uncommon for the Protoss to lose their main base because it gets to the point where it's like you almost don't want to bother defending the main. It's so drawn apart from the rest of your bases. So it's hard to stop those lings slowly chipping through, so you kind of just give it up and rebuild your production elsewhere. That seems expensive, but what's more expensive is trying to move your army into position every single time when it's just not realistically fast enough to get there, and then it opens up other bases on the map. You're also at a point where you obviously need some production, but you don't need necessarily all the production that you've had throughout the game, because you're at a point where you don't really need, you know, this to be a full-on kind of, you know, gateway rebuild situation necessarily, right? So definitely a factor as the 5 Stargates continue through. Carriers, Tempest, Mothership all join together here. And this air army continues to move across to the other side, just making its way across here, getting in position, trying to see what we can do. If there's anything exciting that might go on. It doesn't seem like there will be too much excitement just yet, though. We continue to settle down as a few more shots come across. Just going to have ourselves the Congo growth coming through and hitting a little bit as well. It's going to be another Time War coming down. Going to try and slow the advance of the Broodlords here. Let's do have the Protoss army actually going to get cornered into that far left-hand side a little bit. Here we go as Rogue is going to come diving in. Parasitic bombs are going to cover this army. And Classic has to drop the recall, but he might have dropped it way too late. That is a ton of damage taken. Classic's army gets melted. Now going to go into 7 Void Rays on the rebuild. Rogue just built up a set of Zerglings, so he's going to go straight into that. Oh my goodness, did Classic just lose too much there? Rogue is going to push because Classic obviously has to start rebuilding and has to basically see success while rebuilding right now, which is not exactly going to be a whole lot of fun. Oh no. This actually might have just been a little bit too much because these Corruptors go hunting. The Void Rays aren't up just yet, so now the Mothership and the Carriers all get hunted down as well. And Classic getting himself cornered in that bottom corner. My goodness. GG's, I think, as Rogue pushes through, and he's going to win game number 1 of this best of 5 final, by the way, here on King's Cove. So Rogue is going to get it done on King's Cove to start up this grand final in a pretty epic fashion, plain and simple. I mean, King's Cove being King's Cove in a lot of ways, but ain't nothing wrong with that. You can't blame the map. These guys kind of played to the map as well, but yeah, Classic's not recovering. The thing is, Classic just can't get enough up in time. I'd say this is kind of because he lost the main base, but I actually don't think that's true, right? I think he wouldn't have had that many more Stargates if he'd had the main base still alive anyway. There are the Void Rays that are going to try and make something of a play over here, but just don't think much else is going to happen. Have ourselves the Void Rays continue to activate. Corruptors and the Broodlords continue to come about as well. I mean, Void Rays will push the Corruptors back, but obviously Rogue. The thing is, Classic's gonna have to leave this game with like 9k in the bank. He just can't spend that much money quickly enough. He was never meant to end up in a fight that went so devastatingly all at once. Right? Like, that's not where he was set up to build back from, where one big fight happens where he gets wiped out and Rogue was able to come straight across the map. Because actually, Rogue has spent all of his money. So if Classic was able to spend his money, this might actually still be a game. He's just not going to get the chance to. And that's obviously part of the strategy. That's part of this way that this has gone. GG's, and Rogue is going to claim game 1 after an epic first game on King's Cove. 32 minutes and 40 seconds is what it takes to get the GG going. And Rogue is going to get game number 1. Alright, well, thank you so much to Ed Bear Nom, who resubbed right at the start of this game. I've had this decoration ready for the tree for about half an hour. Thank you so much, buddy. I'm going to put you on. We're going to get ourselves ready for a game number 2 between these guys. Again, rough for Classic to have to leave with so much money in the bank, but that's just the way the game kind of ended up in the end, right? So we will get ready for Ultra Love. How long do I need? Like 15, 20 seconds, and we'll kick this off probably. Let's give it a little bit of time to get underway. Alright, let's do this. Let's get this started. I think that's long enough. The ads will overlap a little bit, but long games, we can deal with a little bit of overlapping ads at the start of a PVZ of core matchups as well, man. Like, PVZ ain't exciting for the first 3 minutes, who cares? Alright, let's do this. Into the bottom left-hand corner we go with the pros player, who actually felt like at certain points was really very heavily controlling that game and actually was in a very good position. I think I said it at some point, right? Like, there was a lot of StarCraft left to play, and there was a lot of fights that had to be played out. It did look very good for Classic, just, yeah, you have to play it out, and in the end, he got himself caught in a corner and didn't have the production he needed to rebuild quickly. Like, that's what it came down to, actually. It was very close, because he actually had so much money. I think if he'd been able to spend all that money, he might have been able to remax, and a remaxed army versus remaxed army, maybe Classic could just win that fight, right? So yeah, it comes down to a very small margin in the end. As now we get game number 2 underway of this grand final. Here from the Olimoleague. Sorry, bless me. I'm going to chase our probe around for a couple of moments. Nothing too crazy there to start us off. Probe comes to scout. A little look around to see what is going on in the early stages, trying to see if we can figure out a bit of what's happening. And there's not a lot's really happening right now, to be honest. Like, this is not super crazy just yet or anything, obviously, but you gotta be around, you gotta be checking on these things, you gotta know what's up, just in case something a little bit weird does start to come about. You gotta be ready to deal with that and adjust and, adapt your build as required. Otherwise, you can die pretty quickly, especially against someone like Rogue, who is definitely one of those creatively aggressive players. Definitely has a few builds to frustrate opponents with. Stargate in the main base. We get that set up. Just going to be seeing the Link Speed Queens and a couple of drones are going to come about as well. So we get that on the way. Stargate coming around. Wolfgate coming in as mentioned. Laser Depth is going to come up across the map here on Ultra Love. Remember Classic, when he played Shin in that semi-final, feels like maybe a year ago or so after the first game, but when he played that series against Shin, he did play very aggressively, right? He played a lot of like timing attack builds, and so this is now a second game in a row where he's going to play Stargate against Rogue. So interesting that he plays such a different style against Rogue than what he played against Shin. I actually do find that very intriguing. I wonder why, if there's any specific reason why he really feels as though he Or maybe he just, wants to get comfortable in this best of 5, and he's, long series, he's not going to just rely on the aggressive builds. Maybe just, like I say, maybe it is just he feels as though Shin dies to those kind of builds a lot too. I'd actually love to ask him. It's so interesting to have such a different approach. It's very possible that Rogue just deals with that kind of nonsense better, right? It's a very real possibility. Very real possibility. Overlord going to take a few shots of damage, so some hits being taken for the moment. I have those couple of oracles continuing up as well, so bring all of that through for the moment here. Get set up. Oracle's going to be there. Queen's going to deal some damage, so a few hits coming through. Just for a moment or so. And the oracles will remain gathered together for a few moments. Again, the Queen's going to be there as the revelation comes down. So revelation comes about. We've seen the Roach on the lair still coming through here. The evolution chamber coming online as well. A couple of oracles make their way across. You have a couple of oracles still going to whack away for a couple of moments, try and find a little bit extra opportunity. Just going to drop a stasis ward down. Queen and a few drones going to get caught there. So a little bit of damage being done. And the Lings gather up, the +1 and the blink coming by as we speak. So all of that coming through for the moment as we get this underway. I got a stasis ward already, see what we can get going for ourselves here. Spellcrawler gonna whack away. Oracle's gonna take some shots of damage right from the start. So a few hits coming through, just again see that +1 and blink all coming about as well. Is making their way over, and again we take position for a little while. In these early stages, get that set up, get the solar rolling. I think it's trying to run up the front, just trying to see if there's any potential damage coming through there. Not really just yet. Going to be seeing the Stalkers though hitting this right hand side, and this fourth base will go down, so we lose one hatchery here. Transfuse it, try and keep it alive, but this is just a very standard blink time that Rogue is not really ready for, not well enough, so he ends up in some trouble. I mean, on his way to his infestation, but Hydra Den is down and Hydras are producing, so those are coming through for the moment. Stalkers coming about, going to be making their way across right now. And coming over, see if there's any possibility. Staying active is nice, but it does leave you open to counterattacks like this. There's obviously a lot of reason to have map control in the matchup as a Protoss player, but you got to be just very ready to deal with moments like this where those units do start to run through the other side. Those Lings going to start connecting very quickly here. Going to start doing a lot of damage right away. Those Lings continue on to the mineral line, and quite a few probes should start to really drop down. I mean, that is going to be a couple going down. We have to work ourselves through some static defense at first, which is why it wasn't a more immediate setup. +2 attack, +1 armor coming online. The extended thermal lance and the charge coming about as well. Continue to come through. Just going to see the stasis ward coming down as well. We get that ready. Yeah, in position. The Temple Archive is also building up all the moments. Lurkers and the Lings continue to come by. Cosmic Spine is going to be a part of that. Stasis Ward's going to capture a few Lings. Classic has on 4 Colossus already, which is obviously pretty nuts. That is a... that's just a lot of Colossus to have. Plain and simple, that is a lot of Colossus to have as we do knock through a couple of Zerglings as we go. The damage still very much so being done here as we actually drop another little revelation down. Keeping track of that army, knowing where it's at every point in time. Classic just kind of dotting his I's and crossing his T's in this game for the moment in terms of being set up in a good position. How does he try and approach fighting the Lurkers, though? Because that's going to be a whole new challenge. That's going to be something he has to kind of deal with at some point. Otherwise, you're just never going to get to attack the Zerg. Stalkers, Colossus coming back down the bottom as well. And make their way over here. And +2 missiles, +1 melee coming about. Just going to be seeing the upgrades all coming through. The Immortals still coming in. He's going to get caught in the stasis ward on the bottom side as well. It's just going to be a little bit of a catch on that. These guys are really trying to get through. We see a lot of counterattacks from Rogue. Definitely trying to do anything he can to kind of play around the army of his opponent, it would seem. Definitely not being too big a fan of just ending up in some very normal fights, which makes a whole lot of sense, obviously. No surprises there. He wants to fight a massive Protoss player, a Protoss army that has 4 Colossus involved. And to be fair, he's also playing the Lurkers, which just want to be set up defensively. And if you can actually pull the units around with the Lings on the run-bys, you can then actually have a lot more success with your Lurkers, because obviously your Lurkers may actually be able to get into position again. Right now, until that happens, your Lurkers do have to sit a bit more back. They do have to play a little bit more carefully, so that makes a lot of sense. Seeing our +3 attack, +2 armor, all on the way out as well, so we continue to bring that through for the moment. And Spire on the way up from Rogue as well, so some options for deeper into this game still on the way up and being established. We actually do start to try and put ourselves in position on the other side of the map here with this group of units. And if that succeeded all, can that be good enough? So far the answer is seemingly going to be no. Not to break through, at least. I mean, it's fine to get a bit of pressure going, though. See a little bit of that coming in right away here. More storms, and those Lurkers are still going to take some pretty big hits. So a few more shots coming about. Coming in for the moment. Colossus really need to fight down this ramp. As we do try and get there, just going to be seeing the Lings taking some damage as well. And they try and run up. I mean, I do think it's just so difficult for Rogue right now to deal with these Colossus. Maybe that's what the Spy is going to help him out with in a big way. Get that Colossus count somewhat under control, maybe, would be really nice. Just going to push on forward. These Archons are going to melt as we do really run into the Lurkers. But it's kind of a necessary evil. Classic needs to clean this up, and it is working for him. He is getting the cleanup here. This is going to benefit him in a big way. As the Fusils continue to go in on the other side, they'll continue to deal some damage as well. And we are going to settle down with a GG in favor of Classic. Oh, Classic holds on against the Lurker push of Rogue because he played a pretty good game. Like I said, I do think there was moments where Rogue was actually a little bit susceptible to just dying, but he held on. He got to the Lurker part of the game, or the Lurker portion. Able to do very well there. And there we have it. So, that said, guys, we are going to get ourselves ready for game number 3. We're going to go to Ley Lines for our next map. We'll get this set up in just a moment. Get this ready to roll out. Let's see what's going to happen. Go, go, go. Alright, just got to run some ads. We've been a little bit behind on the ads, so Yeah, just got to run some. We had some long games. Anytime we have long games, we've got to make sure we run enough ads so that we don't overlap again. It's kind of the goal as we continue our way through the Olimoleague coverage today. Alright, we take a moment or two, and we'll hop into ley lines for our third map. All tied up, 1-1. That's best of 5 delivering so far. Fun first game, great second game. We go 1-1, so we're all tied up. Let's head into it, guys. Don't want to wait too long between games. Like I say, I want to give a little bit of time for the ads to play, but not too long. Trying to hit that sweet spot, you know. Let's go into ley lines right now, as we have got in the bottom left corner of the map our blue Zerg play here. This is Rogue. He takes on the red Protoss in the upper right corner of the map. We have ourselves Classic. Get this underway. Game number 3 of our series. Ley lines, our battlefield. Let's see what we get. As we drop a gateway down at the front just to start us off. Get this underway. Get this all started. Just for the moment. Probe coming across, gateway coming through, gets settled down. Probe moving about, drones are going to come over for a little bit. Moving around right here. Actually, the Nexus coming online. Get this settled. And we take a few moments to this off as, again, the Nexus and the Cybercore all coming in. Get going here for the moment. It's game 3 and getting up and rolling. As we do have our hatchery and our pool continue to come online. A probe gets chased out. Drone coming around as well. That's set up. Going to be seeing the Adept going to chrono boost out for a little bit here, so just going to bring that through for the moment. And Linkspeed coming online, the Stargate is coming up. We get ourselves a couple of drones on the way in as well. Again, it's just a Stargate opening from. I'm really mesmerized. You guys probably can tell I'm pretty mesmerized by the fact he's just playing Stargate after he was so crazy earlier. I wonder if he really just feels as though maybe I mean maybe it's a different angle from what I've already suggested. Maybe he feels like he has to all-in Shin versus against Rogue. He's like, you know what? Give me the macro game. I really believe in myself in the macro game against you. I wonder if, honestly, like I say, I'm mesmerized by it just because it's such a stark contrast from the semi-final to the final in terms of choice of style here from Classic. So yeah, fascinating stuff. It's going to be seeing the Adept going to come shading about as well, trying to see what else may get going there for a couple of moments. We're going to activate. Zergling going to get chased down for a few moments as well. It's just going to punch that around for a little bit there and deal some extra damage. Blink just gonna get a catch. Nothing super crazy as we do see the gateway and the Nexus continue to come online. Just getting him going. The Void Ray comes over as well. So yeah, we've got this Nexus coming through. Just gonna have the Twilight Council building up as well. So we bring all of that in. Got all of this going right here. Fortunately, the Twilight Council are going to make their way over as well. So just going to get our tech really online right now here from Classic. Get all of this going. Continue to get settled down for the moment. Let's see, Fortune Twilight going to give us that blink setup that we saw in the previous game as well. There's a lot of potential there, right, with that blink setup, I think. So a lot to like about it. I mean, he did very well with the blink setup initially. Obviously, set him up into a game that he ended up winning. So I cannot really complain about him going into that one more time. I think that's a great decision. I'm a fan. I am a fan. We're seeing the Adepts going to continue to shade by, so they're just going to move up. Try and get in position again themselves for a moment or two. Around, just going to be seeing the Oracles and the Adepts together. Going to keep again a little bit of motion going forward at the moment here. See what we can get. As the blink and the +1 continues into play as well, so you get that blink and +1 both coming online too. Additional upgrades coming by for the moment. Talk on the Adepts move through. Just gonna have ourselves the blink and the +1 as mentioned on the way. Does Rogue do anything special here? I mean, right now, just Roach Speed and the +1 upgrades. What could Rogue do special? Honestly, there's not. I wouldn't say there's anything like immediately like, oh my god, yes, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, but I feel like there's maybe some possibilities of what Rogue could get up to make this kind of interesting, right? He could get very aggressive. Looks like he's just gonna play Roach Hydra again, so kind of go back to what's working. I feel like Rogue is also just very confident kind of getting into the Lurker phase of the game, and if he gets to the Lurkers, if that's where you want to play, then that can be obviously very good for you as well, so... yeah, based on what we're seeing, maybe that is just his continued goal for the moment. Get to Lurkers, and then he's going to see how it goes at that kind of a point. Focus on the Adepts come about. Revelation going down one more time. Storm +2. Upgrades continuing by for the moment here. Got all of that underway. So yeah, all that coming through. +2 in the Storm continues to come up for the moment. Bring that straight in. Going to get here. I mean, that hatchery goes down immediately. We kind of saw that one before. The Link counterattacks once again from Rogue. Already looking to be extremely good, which is kind of what we expect as well, right? I mean, we kind of expect the Link counterattacks to be good from Rogue. That's what he's been so good at consistently in this matchup for a long time now. It's definitely something we think about when we think of Rogue. We think of just how good his counters can be. And that's definitely seeming like one of those moments already is... Quarter comes through, it's going to fire up a few shots, it's going to go for some damage. Approaches, Lings, Hydras continue to gather in, so just going to get all of this joined up and ready to resume. Is going to get here, a couple of Lings going to get turned the other direction as well, just going to push all of that back on top of everything else. Roach Hydra going to start playing. A couple storms coming by. Again, damage being dealt for the moment. We keep on going through with this. Not bad, not bad. Continue to, like I say, just trade it out. As the stormers blink across, Roach Hydra still didn't take a whole bunch of damage from this whole scenario. Bit extra going on for a few moments. I'm just going to step up. Oracle's going to deal some damage too, if they can help out, but they're going to currently just dying. Not much, I guess, they can help with, to be fair. I don't know why I thought Oracles were going to start dealing some damage, but I'm going to say it's been a long day, guys. You know, Wardy Brain doesn't work as well in the evenings. As Rogue is going to really succeed in this shove across the map, and Classic is not well set to deal with it. Some more Ling's going to get through as well. I mean, Classics has been obviously susceptible to these Ling run-bys so far, and every time he keeps taking damage from Ling run-by, he gets into a worse and worse position that's going to become tougher and tougher to recover from, right? So this is becoming more and more of an issue. This is absolutely becoming something we need to figure out. Otherwise, yeah, I guess we could eventually continue to end up in some trouble, right? We'll have ourselves the other units coming around. A lot of Roach Ravagers still on the way from Rogue. He's just sending this off of 64 drones. He does not seem to have any interest in prolonging this game or anything of the sort. So yes, he just continues to get himself settled here. Got more Roaches coming online, plus 2 missiles coming up as well. All that's still coming in as we just see the Roach Shadow going to jump on top of the cannon. Going to go for everything else. A little Stasis Water Soul popping off. But Storm's going to continue to coat that army. As Classic does what he can to hold, but there's definitely a numbers game at play here. Classic's tech units may just get swarmed. Plain and simple. Let's see what we can do. We blink forward aggressively, going to try and chase down some of the swarm. Try and nullify some of those numbers a little bit nice and quickly. If we can really stop that from being a thing, then that really could be great. I just don't know if it's ever going to be enough. He does push Rogue back. So there is the quality of the army coming through, and Rogue obviously not able to get reinforcements across the map in time either. Obviously being swarmy has the problem of you need to keep on being swarmy, and that's where reinforcement distance is going to become a thing. And now Classic's on the counter-attack. Classic's going to feel like he needs to counter. He's taking damage here. Obviously Rogue could work us to kind of do this in the first place, but you know what? Like, he could work us to do this in the first place, but I would not say this is the most kind of like, you know, Rogue was... It's still 60 plus drones, right, is what I'm getting at. He has some more upgrades on the way. This was not the most committed Rogue we've ever seen in the history of StarCraft 2. There's definitely one he can transition out of, especially I think with some of the damage he's done has been pretty reasonable. Storm's come down though. Let's see if he can hold on. I think Rogue's economy definitely going to help. The fact he got rid of so much of the economy of Classic, so his reinforcements will be slowed here in terms of numbers that can be warped in. So yeah, that part definitely seems to be a little bit weaker. We've seen the Immortal Stalker trying to micro, trying to get out of here, trying to make something of it. It's just not happening. It's just not good enough. As you do see the Ravagers chasing through. As the tech units go down, there's no replacing those from Classic. He's too committed, and Rogue is going to make it work to take a 2-1 lead in this best-of-5 grand final. Rogue is going to be up and threatening to take the Olimoleague today, as he only needs one more map to get the job done. All right, we're going to go to Frostline for map number 4. That was not a super long game, so we do not have to run ads after it. We can just get directly into Frostline for our 4th map of this best of 5. Let's get this going. Let's get this underway. See what we are going to be able to do here. Yo, Paul Wilson TV, thank you so much for the 23-month resub. Welcome back. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. As in the lead of this series is going to be in the bottom left corner, the blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. He takes on, in the top right, our red Protoss. This is going to be Classic. Oof. It's definitely been a fun finals. You know what it is? I'm so happy they didn't give us the... You know how I mentioned they only give us like the one replay pack for what they cast on the mainstream now, instead of giving us all the replays? I'm so happy that that's happened today, because I feel like with the length of this final so far, I would have absolutely casted so much in the earlier rounds. We would have been casting this one so late at night. My energy would have been completely zapped, so kind of glad it's worked out the way it is. Again, guys, I'm going to be back tomorrow as well for the Masters Coliseum coverage, so if you want to watch some Group B of Masters Coliseum, I will be live with that tomorrow. Obviously, a lot of different streamers will be providing coverage for you guys on that one, so if you want to watch somewhere else, no worries, but hopefully I'll see you guys here. Some StarCraft 2 on the Masters Coliseum. Nice to get to cover an event that isn't my own. Obviously, this applies to Olimoleague as well, because, yeah, being able to cover events like this really allows us to fund more StarCraft of our own, right? Because we can generate revenue while not necessarily having to pay for the tournaments. It really has a nice effect for us, so yeah. Excited for some Masters Coliseum tomorrow and Sunday, and then, of course, WardiTV Mondays on Monday, WardiTV Christmas Eve games on Tuesday, and the WardiTV Christmas Day games on Wednesday. Christmas Day. That is your lineup coming up for the week in terms of WardiTV tournaments, in case you didn't know it. Now you know just how much StarCraft you're going to have to watch over the next few days. We're going to be live every day until the 26th. 26th, I take the day off. Question from a beginner. Zerg seems like it needs the most macro, or are you wrong? Yeah, Zerg is definitely one of the, I mean, it depends in terms of what level of macro, but Zerg is definitely one of the races that really shines on just macroing. Like, because a lot of what Zerg does is just having very good macro mechanics, whereas Terrans can get away with being a little bit more micro-focused and so on. Pros can get away with being like a little bit more build order-centric and so on. For Zerg, you really have macro. Like, macro is your secret abilities. Macro is your secret skill, you know? So yes, I mean, at the highest of levels, the macro is very high across all races, but Zerg definitely has a lot of it because of the way that the race works. So what's up, Kunijiro? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Probably murdered your name, but I apologize. Keep it up, absolutely. You know it, we don't slack. We're going to keep the StarCraft rolling for you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the stream with the sub. Appreciate it. We've got Prime sub sitting around, guys. Get it used, support the channel. Use it here, and I promise it'll get turned into StarCraft content. People have been asking me for years, what is the secret energy reactor you have to turn Prime subs into StarCraft content? Well, can't tell you guys that one, otherwise everyone would be doing it, but, you know, it is a thing. It is a thing. Resident Glaze coming up. You know what? This is Classic stepping back into what he was doing in the semifinals against Shin and away from what he's been doing for the entirety of this finals against Rogue. And I don't hate it. I actually felt this worked so well against Shin. It's clearly something Classic's comfortable playing. We're finally going to get to see this side of him as he's down a game. Tournament live, Grand Final live on the line. He's going to turn to this as a build he believes in a situation like that. As, yo, Tintifax TV, thank you so much for your Prime sub. And also Luke Newcomb streaming, coming in with the 48-month, 4-year resub on the Prime as well. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for dropping by, and thank you so much for dropping your Prime on the channel today. Thank you very much indeed. The Glaive's going to come soon. Rogue is going into the worst possible build against this, which is going to be +1 melee lings. I mean, he's not going to have +1 melee to help initially, and he's only going to have lings to help initially, so hence why this is pretty much one of the more miserable openings that he could probably get right now, as additional adepts will just warp in from that prism. Get that on the go. From the adepts, I mean, Rogue is on his way to the Baneling Nest, but I just don't think we're going to have the... I mean, we're just not going to have it, like, soon enough, right? Like, not having Banelings ready preemptively is bad, because you're already going to be chasing around and taking damage, and it's just going to make it very difficult for you to kind of really recover from this, or to get a handle on it at all. So this is already feeling a little bit tough. As we come across... Unit's going to chase in for a little bit. Rogue's just going to say GG. Apparently that is good enough. And we are going to get GG on that one. And Classic is going to go up to the 2 scoreline. Going to get all tied up. And we are going to go to a final game 5 here today. Alright, so we've got a final game 5 coming through in just a few moments. We'll kick this off in a second, guys. Let me just run some ads. I'm going to put some people on the tree, and we'll get straight into it, okay? Final game of the day coming up. Get this ready to roll. one tied up. Just clicking all the ads on. Nailed it. Alright. Luke Newcomb streaming. Paul Wilson TV. Owen Giro and Tintifax. Welcome to the WardiTV tree. I appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. I'll go put you on the tree. I'm gonna have to spread you guys around the sides though. Great job on joining the tree, guys. Very proud of you all. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go to El Dorado for the final map. Putting the stuff on the tree has given us enough time to just go to it. Let's do it. One final map today, guys. Rogan Classic going to come down to this right here. Let's see what we get. Let's see what happens. As we kick this off in the bottom left-hand side of the map, it's going to be the Red Protoss player. This is Classic. Bringing it back to a Game 5. It's been an epic series. It's been a long series between these guys so far. And now we get into one final game. On the bottom right-hand side, our blue Zerg player is Rogue. And away we go. Away we go. Game number 5. Deciding map. See who takes down today's Olimoleague. Definitely been a fun one. See our Overlord coming about, hatchery coming through, get that set up for a few moments. We're just going to start stepping through, going to start taking a little bit of a position for a few moments to get that all set up. Again, Nexus and the gateway coming online as well. So yeah, we'll bring this through. Just going to be seeing the Cybercore and the Nexus coming online. We get this on the go. Just going to be seeing the hatch and the pool coming up as well. El Dorado for our map. Not really seen this map much today. Really, this map either gets played a lot in a day or like very rarely in a day. Kind of player dependent, maybe even matchup dependent. Yeah, I love this one. This and ley lines, I think, really are my favorites coming into the new map pool. It's nice to just have 2 maps you're like really fond of, and then the rest of the maps just pretty darn solid as well. It's kind of a rare occurrence for the map pool to be such a pleasing kind of thing to think on, rather than oh my god, what did they do to it? I mean, kind of feel like that with some of the maps they added in the end, but I still have good memories of just the PTR version of the map pool, so I guess that's fun kind of thinking on. Thanks for coming up. Voidray coming through. Continue to settle ourselves down right now. We see Voidray coming up. Again, that link speed coming in as well. So we just got ourselves settled for a few moments. Get ready to rumble. Voidray activates. Going to get a little bit of damage done as well. A few more hits coming through. Voidray goes after the Overlord. And some damage being dealt, a few drones going down, bits and pieces going on. Nexus and the gateway continue to come about, so all of that just continues through. We set ourselves up. And yeah, Twilight Council and the Robot Facility both coming online here, getting that ready. Underway. And off we go. Killing's going to try and fight. The Lyra is on the way up from Rogue, just to get an indicator as to what he's up to. He is indeed putting some tech on the field, so getting that tech ready. Getting that up and online. Going to be seeing a couple of Lings still chasing after a probe for a couple of moments, so seeing if we can do anything over there, make anything happen. Again, the land and the Rotron both continuing up. Just going to get that coming through for the moment. Voidray activates, a few Lings going down as well. Damage still being done across the board just to begin with here. Oracle going to try and drop a stasis round, stasis ward behind the back of the third base, so just going to try and get something going there too, but not really going to see too much success just yet, so nothing coming of that for the moment. Just going to be seeing those zealots moving about, just going to be seeing the Lings coming through. A few of those probes going to be taking some damage as well. Some damage coming through for the moment. Again, some shots coming about as we settle into this. Zealots and the Adepts together, going to continue to trade for just a little while. Some damage being dealt, some shots coming through. The Prism gets into the main base, but that's going to go down, so the Prism falls. Going to take some of Classic's aggression away from him, so Classic will lose out on that. And that will be a slight issue for him. And that opportunity to obviously just keep the harassment going is going to be, like I say, a little bit sad. One of those things that just makes this game a little bit tougher for you now on the Protoss side of things. We're just coming across 10 drones going down. We have ourselves the game continuing through. Voidray is going to shoot. Roach is going to take some damage there as well. A little bit more coming about. Just going to be seeing the Voidray still chasing for a little bit. Immortal coming up, the probe still coming about as well, so we continue through with all of that for the moment. Just going to be seeing those odds making their way to the other side. And the Spire coming up as well, extra drones on the way in. We're just going to get there, a few more probes going down as well. Just going to be seeing the Spire going down one more time. And that is going to be Classic actually just going to dive this net hatchery, and he's actually going to get the third base. It's going to fall. So the hatchery will go down. That is a huge pickoff right there. Huge pickoff right there as we come through, and that hatchery does indeed drop. So that's massive. That's a big, big deal. And now we're just going to see those drones going down too. So 13 workers fall. Classic getting some serious damage done. Rogue coming across the map with a massive Zerglings as he will look to see if he can make anything happen here over the next few moments as well. So he's going to come straight through and see if, like I say, he can be impactful at all in this situation. Just going to be seeing the Ling Roach get in there. The Immortals going to try and help hold out, but the Lings do slip through for the moment, so they're going to get by for now. Have ourselves the mutas on the way up, as we already have Phoenix in production though, so Classic is very aware of the Spire play and he is going to prep against it. So Classic should be setting up pretty nicely against the Spire. This honestly looks pretty okay for him in that regard. Don't think there's going to be too many issues with this. Just having our mutas continue to come through, +1 flyer attack coming up as well, and all those mutas coming into play. Blink, Phoenix, Forge coming up as well currently to get this settled down. Phoenix gonna come across, just gonna make their way over for a few moments as well. So again, just setting up, moving around. It's gonna be seeing them intercepting the Mutalisks is really nice. So Rogue is in some trouble, I think. I think he's gonna be in some issues. The fact he's not getting anything done here is a little concerning for me. You know, he's building mutas, they're getting shut down before they even really do anything at all. I mean, you can't justify mutas if you don't do anything with them, right? Second target will come from Classic, and he's still building mutas, so he's really hoping that building more is going to net him the result he's looking for with those. Like I say, he's playing a dangerous game. I feel like that's such a hit and miss possibility right now. It's going to die. Void Ray will take some damage. A few more shots coming across right there. And the couple of mutas still coming through. Phoenix going to be there. Mutas getting chased back once more. Man, the mutas are not having a good time. This all going to come crashing down for Rogue because he built some mutas that did nothing. And very well might. It's been a hell of a series. Turns around. He gets a couple of the Phoenix. But, I mean, Classic's army is there to support the Phoenix as well. The ground army, a few Stalkers can do their thing and just help out in the air, or if necessary. It's exactly what they get up to. Phoenix gonna fly, Muta's gonna go the other way. Gonna keep moving around a little bit. Action taking place. Mostly these Mutas really are trying to find any witch opening that they can get. Phoenix gonna be there. They move around themselves, try and help out. Dealing with those mutas. There's been a fantastic job from them. We're actually going to keep building them because good Phoenix count's been very good just against what Rogue's been doing in general these series, which is ending up on Lurkers. Definitely you can have an impact with Phoenix against Lurkers as well. Lifting those up, taking them out of the equation, for example, is actually a pretty big deal, so definitely expect that to continue as well. He's going to get a little lift off. A little bit of damage done. Slings and Banes coming up. +1 missiles and Bane speed continue through as well. So all of that continuing in right now. It's going to be seeing the Temple Archives Forge. A couple of Immortals building up as well here. So again, we get a little bit of everything on the way through for the moment. Phoenix going to fight from afar. Mutalisks taking quite a bit of damage. Quite a few shots going off as we do have the Banes going to get into rolling mode, and they're going to start immediately trying to roll into this Mineral Lion. And they succeed. Go Banelings go. Not really. Good defense from Classic. We split back over to the middle of the map. But we do have a bigger fight breaking out. These Banes are going to roll forward. The Phoenix, I mean, they're going to deal with the mutas, and they could really do with helping out on the ground army a bit, I think, actually, because that's a lot of Phoenix. The thing is, if these mutas all go down, these Phoenix are then just going to lift up every single ground unit of the Zerg. All those Ravagers, dead. Like, there's no way they get out alive. You can even lift up a lot of the Roaches right now, just nullify the numbers and really make it so that you're just not getting anything out of these trades as Rogue. I mean, obviously, he was able to trade initially, but his army now just melts away, and it is those Phoenix. Being able to get into that many of them and getting away with getting into that many of them is absolutely massive, and here we are now. Lings are going to try and cancel the 5th base. Honestly, if you lose the 5th base, I think Classic can deal with that. That is something that is manageable. Losing it once or twice is fine in this sort of scenario. Like, yes, you do eventually want to get that up and online, but like I said, I think it could have been a whole lot worse already. He's going to come through now, lifting up Queens on the other side of the map. I mean, they will just go for whatever they can find. Overlords, Queens. The value will just continue because you just don't have anything to stop them. You know, before, at least they had to busy themselves with the Mutalisks. Now the Mutalisks are just gone. So this just doesn't matter. Queens keep dropping. Spore Crawler finds some more shots off onto the Phoenix as well. Damage still being done. And it's just going to come through. A couple of those Roaches getting lifted and cleaned out as well. Phoenix coming back and forth. Hydroden, Lings, and Roaches all continue to build into play for now. He's going to get that. Front's going down. 6 more workers falling. Hydra's coming about. Obviously, the roof spines and the +2 missiles. I mean, we're trying to get those Rogue. But man, just even more drones going down. He's getting massacred by these Phoenix, plain and simple. That's not even a question at this point. +3, +2, continue to come about. I'm in with all of this right now. Gonna be seeing the Archon coming about. It's gonna be having ourselves the +3, +2 still coming in, so all of that's still coming around here as we just settle down. We're gonna have ourselves the Banes, and the Hydra's also still coming up in production, so all that coming online, we get that going just for the moment or two, get that all settled. Again, Phoenix gonna still fly about there just for a little bit longer, just gonna still be here just in case we need them as backup. Man, I don't know what else to tell you guys. This one's quite clearly at the point of being kind of done-zoed, as Classic's position is amazing. What does Rogue do to get back from this point? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. Archon's pushing up, Zealots and Immortals coming forward, just going to be having those Banes still rolling in. Archon's going to be continuing to take a whole chunk of damage for a little bit. The thing is, they are absolutely tanky enough to survive through that, so that's going to be no problem at all. That's absolutely okay. GG. That is going to do it for us right there. And that, my friends, is going to be Classic, the champion of Olimoleague 134. Congrats to him. Congrats to him, as that will be, like I say, that. Thank you so much, guys, for cheering on Classic and Rogue in this finals, because this was an awesome final. At the end of the day, it goes the way of Classic. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm not going to hang around, guys. I got to go get some food and stuff, but I do appreciate you all hanging in here with me for the day. It was actually some fun games, some obviously very long games as well. So, yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed. We definitely enjoyed. Anything else I want to share or say with you guys? Anything to talk about necessarily? I don't really think so off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't really think so. I think we're just going to call it a day right there, guys. I think that's about it. So, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for watching. It's been, like I say, an absolute pleasure. If you did enjoy, do consider hitting the follow button. I'll be live in 16 hours from now for the Masters Coliseum Group B. I would love to see you there. Obviously, there's a lot of different people that are going to be covering the Masters Coliseum, so if you choose us, then choose us. There's going to be some great games. So I'll see you guys in 16 hours. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 action. Set of ads on the outro, supports the channel. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!